Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, June the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and you can see my screen. Thank you very much, guys. All right, guys. Well, I've had an exciting pre-market, and I'll bet you any money. I don't know if William's in the room yet, but I refuse to believe you didn't short this wrapped. You know, when I looked at this wrapped RAPT, I mean, what a huge move. I'm thinking, man, oh man, what have they done? But it is only, listen, it's still looking okay. But it's only phase 1B results. This is not like a phase 3 end of trial study, etc. I thought that this was, completely ridiculous. But anyway, I was able, there were no shorts, well, there are no shorts available now, I don't think. I was able to get some. Make the math easy, around 36 and cover to 32, okay, for wrapped. Now, it's on the move again, but we'll see. No shorts available now anyway for wrapped at Interactive Brokers. There were earlier, none now. Now, the other one that I was really lucky on is the RIDE, R-I-D-E. None available now. I was watching this one. Of course, if you saw the news, the CEO and CFO both resigning. Obviously not good. This has been in the news, of course, from last week on. When the company basically said, hey, we're not sure we can remain in business. So anyway, the CEO, CFO both resigned. So I was watching this one like a hawk. I wanted to take this one on a 10 break. And finally, when it broke 10, and there were shorts available. And then when it broke 10, all of a sudden I'm looking and there were no shorts available. As I call it to the other guys at Trade Ideas, a real rookie mistake because I really didn't check to see how many shorts there were available. And this is at Interactive Brokers, of course. Anyway, bottom line is I kept watching and watching for that little faded green dot to turn bright green, and it finally did. Some shorts became available and I got in at 983. I have covered some now and waiting to see what happens. See if this has another huge, no shorts available right now at Interactive Brokers. Anyway, so an exciting morning for me. Other things are happening. Here is the big mover of the day so far, ENOB. And again, I'm skeptical, but ENOB, E-N-O-B, low float, 14 million. High float short percent, 19. I can't tell if this is a WSB stock right now or a Reddit stock. It has that look, but I have no idea. FDA, see, this is why I'm always skeptical. It looks good. FDA acceptance of the request, okay, to conduct I guess it's good. Obviously it's good, but it's not earth-shattering news. Is it worth being up 158%? Anyway, it is what it is. It just is what it is. VXRT, that had a gap up also. Is it holding? VXRT, this is a virus play. Yeah, it's holding. Now, on the other hand, ATXI, take a look at ATXI. Here's what happens when you don't get FDA approval. Just got absolutely slammed down, almost down 50%. Hopefully nobody in this room is in this one. ETTX, I hope I've got that symbol right. Yes, so this is up and I don't see any specific news on it. Very low float, 6.6 million. I don't see any specific news on it. Oh, I agree, PJ. I agree. I've covered some, just in case. I don't want to get nailed. Sorrento, S-R-N-E, S-R-N-E. So here's that little, guys, by the way, I've completely, everything I have now is in docked mode. So wish me luck. Yeah, you see there is a little bug here. Well, okay, now it's showing. Okay, SRNE, phase 2 for COVID. Okay. I'm hearing wish, guys. Wish, wish, wish. I think this, of course, was a Reddit stock last week or at some point. I think it did for sure. So Wish is above 10 now. Now the other Reddit stock, Corsair. They've got a hold of Corsair, guys. Look at this one. Look at the float, 26 million in the float, 20% is short. So they've got a hold of this one, Corsair. When I say they, WSB guys. I'm not in this one. And of course, this is a gaming stock. So it's right up their alley. ITOS, this one. This is a more expensive one. Is this gap holding here? ITOS? Yeah, it's kind of holding. So they've got a collaboration with GSK, Glaxo, and they received a $625 million upfront payment. So that is for ITOS. And as I was opening the room, AMC, of course, everybody knows this one. I shouldn't say everybody, but if you don't, where you been? AMC, look at the move it's making right now. LKCO, let's see if this is still holding. LKCO. And it is holding. I do not see any specific news on LKCO. It's a China stock. I should go over also the trade of the week. The trade of the week is Blink, BLNK. And the suggested entry, again, this is just a suggestion. How you trade it will be up to you. Got to read the email. $40 with the stop is the 20-day SMA. Now let's take a look at the Wrapped, R-A-P-T. Where's William? Are you in the room? So there's Wrap, guys. Again, really skeptical on this. I mean, it may hold, but boy, I mean, I'm out of it now. I've covered it now, but I mean, phase 1B results and the thing goes up 83% or actually more when it was up at 41. I waited for that to pull back and, right to this area here. And then look at this. I mean, it got all the way down to 30 almost. Whew. MDIA, here's another one. MDIA gapping up. This was gapping up after hours on Friday, so they must have had some news Friday. I don't know. I do see the news appoints somebody as a CEO. Obviously, the market is reacting well to that. Appoints a new executive team to lead strategic planning, etc. I see Hexo actually is an earnings play today. Hexo, Canadian cannabis play. And obviously not reacting well to the earnings release for Hexo. UPST, guys, more expensive, but this was really gapping down. UPST, Upstart. Well, I mean, I don't know what to make of this one now. Look at that big topping tail. So it's trying to come back a bit, but this was down at 116. UPST, again, I don't see any specific news on it for UPST. ENOB, guys, I did not get into that one. I was thinking about it, but it would have been just more of a chase for me, so I had to back off. I guess there's an argument to be made just over 10, but I did not get it. ENOB, E-N-O-B, again, low float, high short float percent. I don't know if this is a Wall Street bet stock. I really don't know. Ah, the lockup period. Okay, maybe that's it. And we've had a very active week for IPOs. Man, I just looked at the IPO list. Active week. Yeah, Coursera is a meme stock for sure. They just jumped all over it this morning. All right, 9:15. Let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. And the answer is not too many of each. A few more downgrades. I'll get them in now. I see Wendy's, W-E-N. That was a meme stock, I think, last week, right? The beginning of last week. So it actually has an upgrade. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades this morning. All right, start getting some of these downgrades in, see if there's anything interesting. UWMC, it's a meme stock being downgraded. At your peril. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Morning, Mr. Toronto. Mike in the YouTube room, good morning. All right, guys, so again, this is what I'm using for my pre-market scanning. Okay, this is the doc version, not available yet, guys, still in test mode. I think it's getting a little bit closer though. I'm noticing even though the columns still need adjusting, at least they weren't, my prices, I could see them, which is a big improvement over what was happening last week. Except here, you see what I'm talking about right there? But at least now I'm able to expand the see, there's the bug. That's what we have to work on. I'm able to expand that column so I can see the prices. But overall, I'm getting more and more satisfied. Virtually everything now is in doc version. This is what I mean here. I've got this is in doc version. This is all docked. I even docked all my thumbnail charts on my other monitor. What I like about it is that it looks cleaner now. Okay, let's take a look at ITOS. No, I mean it is significant news for them, no doubt about it. Yeah, it could be. I mean, I don't know until the market opens if this is going to be a good short, but I mean it is significant news. They get an upfront payment, $625 million. It's a low float, 29 million. I guess this was an IPO back here, so it's a relatively well. When did they release? This is back in July of last year. No, there's no release date. There's no release date. I'm just, it's still, I mean, until we get that column issue fixed, can't release it. But it's getting better and better for me. It's not, no, Stephen, it's not. Everybody, I'm only demonstrating it, okay? And because I'm obviously one of the more, let's call it a power user of trade ideas. I mean, that's why I do it, so I can report back to them to tell them them being the developers, excuse me, let them know what I'm seeing. Boy, this ride could be an all day or could be an all day. I've covered some, just in case. I don't want it to pop up on me. But disaster news. I mean, just disastrous news. CEO, CFO, both resigning after last week's fiasco. I think it's Stonks or Swaggy P or Swaggy. Somebody's got something. I can't remember. I'm waiting for Zach to show up. He usually gives us a list in the morning before the market opens. I don't know if he's here, but Corsair is definitely the one today. And I cannot confirm that ENOB is one of them all. Swaggy stocks, there you go. But Corsair is definitely the one today. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I was trying to keep these time frames, sort of grouped. Okay, I mean, I could put the daily up here, the weekly and monthly. I know what you're talking about. It's a little bit of a bear moving these things around. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's a little bit of a bear. That's the tricky part of the docking so far, is to set up the way you want it. But maybe when the market closes, I may take a look at doing that. I do agree, though. Now, I didn't mention crypto. Crypto, of course, is having quite the comeback this week, or Sunday, I guess. I guess Elon said, hey, you know what? We'll accept payments for our Teslas, Bitcoin, as long as they can prove that it's not a drain on the environment. I love it. So anyway, there's Bitcoin. So Bitcoin's definitely having a nice surge this morning. And so I'm sure that I do hear Riot triggering, and I'm sure Riot and Mara are both moving higher here. Yeah, so you want to if you want to trade a couple of the Bitcoin stocks, of course you've got Mara and you've got Riot. Oh, there you are, Zach. Okay, cool. So is that one of your modus operandi now, is to listen to me in YouTube for a while? Almost done for the day. Yeah, fuel cell is getting hit. I hope it doesn't take Blink down. I know Blink is the trade of the week. I don't know what's exactly happening with fuel cell, but FCEL is getting hit a little bit. I don't know if there's any specific reason for it. Was it an offering? I don't see the offering. I'm not saying that there isn't. I do see some analyst downgrades. I don't see the offering. Had earnings last week, of course, on the 10th. Yeah, Corsair. I mean, it falls. I mean, if you think about GameStop, of course, and if a lot of these guys in WSB. I mean, I don't know how many now, but I mean, I think when it first started, getting all over GME, you know, some gamers. Of course, Corsair fits the sector. Now, why did I have MDLA? MDLA. Now, this was from last week, MDLA. Yeah, I just don't see that news for fuel cell. I'm surprised. Usually IB's news is pretty good on that, but I just don't see it. But that'll do it. You see, there's a little bit of a bug there. Oh, on the 11th. Oh, okay, okay. Was that after hours? Anyway, couldn't have been after. I don't think it's after hours because there's a Friday afternoon. But anyway. All right, guys, just give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Just going to get set for the open. So I'll minimize that particular dock. All right, now we're ready to roll here. What time is it? Okay, guys, we have about 10 seconds before the market opens. Let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. All right. Market is open. So let's see what happens here. Now, can I adjust this? See, that's the bug, guys. All right, I didn't mention this ORPH. It was up, again, you got to be awfully careful. Again, this is this Danish one that went crazy on, I think it was on Thursday. Yeah, right here. I mean, it was just insane right here. Only mention it because, you know, it's up 24%, but be awfully careful. Okay, there's AMC taking out the pre-market highs, or almost. There it goes. AMC taking out the pre-market highs. Cool, professional tennis player. I love it. Okay, Jessica. Well, you've got the drive. That's what it'll take to learn the stock market, also. So. All right, guys, there goes HIMX. Now, typically, again, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes very often anyway. You know, obviously I will do some pre-market trading, but I usually, once the market opens, I usually let things settle down just a little bit. I think we have a halt here for BZ. We just got a halt for BZ. Look at this. This was an IPO from on Friday, I guess. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys, so that HIMX is on the move here. And as BlackBerry, BB, of course, one of the other big meme stocks, BB, AMC. All right, guys, well, I'm all out of the ride, but I am going to watch this one later on. It's interesting. There's not a lot of covering taking place at IB anyway, Interactive Brokers. I was expecting that might, once the market opened, I thought maybe it would really start to drop, but I'm all out of it now. I've covered my position. I'm going to wait. It's not shortable right now at Interactive Brokers. So that means that even though on this pop, not a lot of covering, I covered. All right, AUTL, guys, this is in my watch list. Again, nothing will trigger in here until at least 9:45. That is by design. And let's see. Now, this WPG, I mean, they just filed for bankruptcy again, okay? I mean, this is ongoing. Yeah, so confirmed late Sunday it is commencing bankruptcy proceedings. So, you know, this was a meme stock, but it's just halted now. Boy, HIMX is just ripping here. What is See if I can find any specific news on it. Don't see any specific news. It's not a low float, 174 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float situation. I didn't see any news on MDIA. I couldn't find any news. Oh, I'm sorry. I did see some news. So they appointed somebody, a new CEO. That was announced, well, I was actually on the 11th. And that was during market, well, just before the market opened. It looks like it was after hours, so I mean, it says 8 o'clock for me anyway. But anyway, so there's the reaction anyways. And also a new team, a new executive team, etc. That was on the 11th though. Yeah, definitely a delayed reaction. And let's see, BZ just unhalted. BZ. You know, I think this was the one that I was kind of interested in. It just didn't. No, actually, no, that's not right. I must be wrong. It did close near the highs on Friday. This is just a continuation. So this was an IPO on China IPO on Friday. Big continuation now for it. So Clovis on the move here, guys. Well, this one also, I don't know this one at all. PTMN, one of these little financial corps. Boy, this HIMX is just, again, I don't see any news on it. Nothing, zero. It's not a low float either, so I don't know what's going on with it, and no idea. No information on it. Well, I don't know if there's shorts available anyway. Let me take a look at Wrapped. This is when I shorted in the pre-market. Had a pop again. I don't know if there are, yeah, no shorts available now anyway at Interactive Brokers. When I did it, obviously there were shorts available, but they got snapped up. Morning, Aja. Yeah, a bit of a downturn in the SPY for sure, guys. So keep an eye on that. Didn't mention this one in the pre-market. It was not up that much. Well, it was up okay, but PROG, of course, it was very active last week. Had a big day on Friday and trying to continue here. It's not a super low float. 13% is short though, 45 million in the float. PROG. Yeah, look in that weekly chart, and it has room to get to 5 if it wants to keep running. Had a big pop after hours on Friday, actually. PROG. Okay, AVXL on the move. Wow, look at this. Look at the room it's got. And, you know, it's again, not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats to move, but look at the room it's got. AVXL up to 29. I'm not saying it's getting there, but look at the volume coming in to AVXL. Looks great on the monthly chart, the weekly chart, the daily chart. They're all lining up. Let's see how it continues to trade. Outlines the mechanism. So there was some news, but this is in the pre-market. Aha, some ride shorts became available again at IB. Let me just see how many. Oh, actually, there's been a lot of covering. A huge amount of covering. 295,000 shares available now. Last time I looked, there weren't any. And then, you know, when I was able to short it, there were only about 8,000. So there's a lot of short covering, which is really interesting. A lot of short covering for a ride. And that's at Interactive Brokers, guys. Again, can only tell you what I'm seeing at Interactive Brokers. Okay, so the meme stocks are really taking it on the chin right now. I'm looking at GME. I'm looking at, well, AMC's not on the chin, but I mean, there's a lot of big topping tail for it. But GME is getting hit a bit. So you have IB green. Okay, so if you go to your order entry, see where the symbol is, and then right underneath it says shortable. If you hover over it, a box will pop up eventually, okay? And that'll tell you how many shorts are available. If it's a bright green, then you know there are shorts available. And then if you hover over that short where it says shortable, a box will pop up and it'll tell you how many. Okay? Well, I'm only a Siri. I can only say from Interactive Brokers, because when a whole bunch of shorts become available, that means those people who were short have covered. I'm not saying in general, like for en masse, but you know, all I can say is what I'm seeing at Interactive Brokers. I mean, there are 292,000 shares available. There were only about 7,000 when I shorted. And then there were none available, so that means a lot of people have covered at Interactive Brokers. I mean, I'm not trying to infer that everybody's broker is covering, but All right, 9:45. So let's see what happens in these two windows here. Nothing happens until at least 9:45. That is by design. Yeah, sometimes it takes a while for the box to pop up. Just have to be patient. All right, guys. INTT. This is one of Aja's favorite ones, I'm sure. This is an Amex stock, new all-time high. I know I'm not supposed to look to see if there's any any news, but I guess they did get a new chief financial officer on Friday. Yeah, no AI alerts yet. Well, this one is really ripping here, guys. And again, I don't see any specific news for HIMX. Now, you look left, and what do we see? 1633, 1554. So it's above that high. So the next challenge could be up to this 1620 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Yeah, I just don't see any news on it. Also of note, I don't see anything from the options yet. We had such an active week last week from the from my option scan. Nothing yet. All right, guys, I'm just kind of waiting to see, getting some alerts here. I'm waiting for some option plays. Again, when I say that, I'm not talking about trading options, just getting some stocks with abnormal option activity, not getting any yet that are satisfying the filters. You must have then, let me just take a look, CCV. Well, that is interesting. That is interesting. CCIV is not showing up, and it should be for me. 2,000 contracts, and the relative volume is high. Now it showed up. Ah, I know why. No, I don't know why. I actually don't know why. But it did just show up, yes. For me anyway. CCIV. Of course, this was a meme stock. I don't know if it still is. Yeah, guys, definitely watching the CCV. I mean, this has what's the float? Actually, it's a big float. I don't know if this is. I don't know if this is a WSB stock because that short float is nothing. I may be wrong. Doesn't they don't have to? They don't all have to be, of course. Yeah, I have CCV, not CCIV. Correct. No, no recommendations. Oh, new desktop needed. New desktop needed any. Dave, I'm not sure I understand your question. I don't know. I don't understand your question. We do more. If you're talking about what you need to run trade ideas, we do most of the heavy lifting. So it's not like you need something that is extremely. Let me just see if I can find the I used to have a recommendations. I don't seem to have it anymore. I'm just looking here. I used to have something that, you know what? If you go to info, yeah, okay. If you go to the home page and just ask, okay, one of the tech guys will show you. I mean, again, you don't need anything incredibly robust because we do most of the heavy lifting. But let me just give you the homepage link. Give me a moment. Okay, here's the homepage link. So, okay, and just ask what the sort of the minimum requirements would be. Wow, AVXL. I mean, I mentioned this one just a while ago. Look at this thing, rippage. Severe rippage, guys. Lots of room, too. I'm not in it, but lots and lots of room. Wow. I did not hop on the ride again. Now, the thing is, I may not have been able to get it. Now, I'm not talking about the availability of shorts, but with the uptick rule down 19%, I may not have been able to get it anyway where I would want it. So, because of that uptick rule, anything down 10% or more, you just can't, normally you just go in at the bid if you want to short something, assuming they're available. But if it's down 10%, there has to be some action at the ask and then back to the bid. You might be in a big queue of others. So I'm not sure I would have been able to get it anyway. No, the best time is to short it in the pre-market. That's why I was shorting it in the pre-market. There's no uptick rule in the pre-market. I don't know about that, Becca. I mean, I just try to go in at the, I have a price I want to get in at, and for the ride. I mean, the spread wasn't terrible. I just kept trying to go in at the bid. It doesn't bother me so much. I mean, if you can't get it, I can't get it. And there's the ride right here, in fact. Okay, so good. These are showing up right now, but let me just see here. Can I shrink this? See, there's the bug, guys. You see what I'm saying? Can't adjust the column size in some of these. Okay, here's another one that just hit the scanner, the option scanner, abnormal option activity. Bit of a spread issue. How much, what's the volume? Where are they out of? This is a Hong Kong, okay. EQOS. Relatively new. I guess this was an IPO back here, I guess. Okay, Zach. Well, have fun for the rest of the day. Yeah, you got to watch the spread on AEQOS, okay? I'd like to get into it, but it's the spread is just pretty tough. I mean, right now it's only 6 cents, but it can widen. Now it's 9 cents, and for a 950 stock, I mean, it's just too much. Hard to commit. For me, anyway. I don't believe it. We're getting a bounce actually for WPG. Crazy. I mean, they basically say, hey, we're definitely going bankrupt. We're definitely filing again. Yeah, NOVN on the move here, guys. NOVN. I can't remember if this is my watch list. I don't think it is. And another low float, 14 million in the float. Didn't really see this one in the pre-market. It was just kind of not doing that much. But look at it now, NOVN. Now, Clean Energy was definitely one of the meme stocks last week. Whether it's still a meme stock, I don't know. It's a big, it doesn't quite fit their bill, a big float, and not a huge short float percent, but I guess they don't all have to be like that. CLNE. Wow, NOVN. I mean, I don't know if there's any specific news on it. Okay. Here we go. Wainwright. So this morning, Wainwright. There is coverage and a price target. Why not? $28. So they put a $28 price target on it. I don't see 90. I see 28. I do see 28, but I don't see 90. Meanwhile, Cameco just getting knocked down here. Let's see if you have any specific reason for CCJ. Big uranium play in Canada. CCJ, look at this, getting just slammed here. You guys see 90? Really? I don't see 90. I'm not saying it's not there. I just don't see 90. Well, okay, I see what you're saying. Zacks is setting a $90 price target. Okay. I do see that. That's, I don't want to say, I mean, listen, who am I to comment, but I should have got back into that ride short, but again, I don't know if I could have got it. What a morning, guys. I mean, already, it's not a blasé Monday morning. This is an exciting Monday morning. Lots of activity. You know, and you know, the ride is a classic example of it, why it is important to read the news sometimes. You know, I try not to get too swayed by what I read, but I mean, when the CFO and the CEO basically resign, here's another mover. Oh, very low volume. Sorry, TATT. Very low volume though. Well, I wanted to get it earlier, Grant. I shorted ride in the pre-market, but I would have liked to have picked it up around 9:35 again. I mean, listen. I mean, that news is devastating. I mean, we said this last week, who will buy it? I get, you know, there could be a bounce. Of course there could be a bounce, but DS, guys, DS is in the option scanner. However, take a look here. What do we see? 375 and 394. You know, I just have my doubts it's going to be able to take out 4. Haven't looked at Corsair since the pre-market. CRSR, this was the big meme stock of the day. Yeah, that's a big boy. Anybody got short that one up here in that area? And SPY is continuing to fall somewhat. So let me take a look. What's happening? So we have a little bit of a disconnect with the market. Tech is up, Dow is down, SPY is down. So we have a little bit of a disconnect. Yeah, nothing from the AI, not yet. A little unusual, but you know, give it time. Now look at the pot for AMC, guys. AMC. So this was starting to run down a little bit. The meme stocks were getting a little bit hit early. But look at, see, there's that. There we go. AMC, look at the move now for AMC. There's the high of the day, I guess. All right. Don't know anything about ZEP, ZEPP, ZEPP. Is this a, no, it isn't. Okay, ZEPP on the move here, guys. I guess this was an IPO back here. Not great. Trying to crawl back, though. Yeah, I see the RAPT got halted. Yes. It was a nice short for me, but it's very choppy right now. Short in the pre-market. Again, well, look, it's a phase 1B. And should it be up 85% on phase 1B? Doesn't matter what I think, but you know, my definite bias was to be short. Where's William? I don't think William is in the room today. Can't believe it. Meanwhile, clean energy, CLNE. All right, guys. Well, let's see if I'm wrong about the DS. I'm just thinking that 4 might stall it too much. You know, it's from the option scanner at 370. I did not take it. All right, so for the EQOS, I'm going to put an alert. The alert was at 938, so I'm going to stick an alert around 944. See if it takes a price alert. See if it takes it out later on. The spread has settled down a little bit anyway. All right, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on a couple of things here. Okay, at least I was able to elongate this. Okay, good, good. And shrink this. Boy, CLNE on the move again, guys. I mean, a big float, 131 million in the float. Do I see any specific news on it? I don't see any specific news on it, but over 12 hit last week. It hit, what did it hit? 1475 or so. So it's got room to run. Yeah, well, it certainly was one last week. It just didn't seem to fit their bill because of the high float. But hey, it may not be WSB. It could be just, pure Reddit. Okay, I'm still kind of interested in the EQOS. I'm going to reset that alert. It did get up to that area that I was kind of interested in. There it is again. The criteria is, let's pick this one today, guys. That's the criteria. I kind of joke, but I mean, it's really, why did they pick Wendy's last week? I mean, that didn't make any sense. Wow, AMC guys on the move. Will it drag GME up? I'm sorry, AMC on the move here. All right, we do have a, yeah, I'd be really, really, we do have an AI alert, guys. Now, I tell you right off the bat, this is not shortable for me. Yeah, this is not shortable for me, WPG at Interactive Brokers. How about an E-Trade, guys? Is WPG shortable at E-Trade? Well, just put in an order to short one share at $100. Won't that tell you? It's crazy with E-Trade. I cannot believe it. Oh, I know. Yeah. I mean, they declared bankruptcy again, but they did that a few weeks ago, it seemed. And okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So yeah, CLNE is just on a mission. Okay, I'm gonna have to forget about this. I still have my alert set for EQOS. See if it takes it out later on. So I'm going to set the alert again, 9:46. See if it takes it out later on. Yeah, there's BlackBerry. I see BlackBerry on the move. I see AMC on the move. This is a massive move here by CLNE, guys. I mean, 15% with that float, 131 million in the float. That's a big move for a not a low float stock at all. Interesting. Thank you, beginner day trader. All right, guys, it's almost 10:20, so I think I'll start my spiel right now. Well, it's a little bit, I'm not getting too many new alerts. I just got this one for Viot, VIOT. Interesting. All right, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I am live on the mic. And as always start off with my homepage. There is a lot of information on my homepage. William, tell me that you shorted RAPT, R-A-P-T, in the pre-market. Because it was phase 1B. Okay. Tell me you did it. What? Okay. All right, so I did pop my homepage link in there. I have the tab here also, so if I click on my tab and then click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Okay, so here's how you can take out a subscription if you want to. Barry4Alpha is the promo code you can use. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So let's click on Get Trade Ideas and show you how much Trade Ideas will cost. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and monthly for premium and standard. So the premium, the big one, is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. And standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. I'll go over the AI in a bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. You want to go month to month, that's fine. Here's our standard. Here's our premium prices. That 15% discount can be applied to the first month only. Okay, so if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. If you don't know our product very well, I would really recommend, number one, don't take on an annual subscription, okay? You can always start off with a monthly and you can always upgrade later on. More information on my homepage. You can get the trade of the week. These are all free. Trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video. I do it around noon Eastern. You can sign up for it here. I think this is why I'm always saying, save my link. There's a lot of information in these 2 sections. Okay, all the scans I'm sharing, including my layout, the layout that you see. Okay, there's my layout, plus individual scans that I am sharing. So a lot of you might have your own layout, but you want to take a look at individual scans and maybe add them to your layout. Okay, so there's a lot of information here. Education. Ton of information here. If you're new to trade ideas, and even if you don't have trade ideas, you can take a look at this. But if you're new to trade ideas, I really recommend you take a look at, go to that section because it goes over all of the basic features of trade ideas. What is a top list, building one, alert windows, creating them, all the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus, which I'm going to go over in a bit. So a lot of information here. Daily support session. So I monitor a YouTube room at the same time as this one. And at noon, around noon, I take a break. One of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1 in the YouTube room. No point in going there. I mean, when I say there, if you're in this room, this is the main room. The YouTube room is they see my screen, they can hear me also. It's a lot more activity in this room though, that's all. But as I said, between 12 and 1, I do take a break. So one of the other traders takes over, and today it should be Sean. Okay, Sean is more of an options player. So if you want to head over there and ask him option questions, I'm sure you'd be, and general questions. It doesn't have to be about options, but he is more of an options trader. Daily webinars between Mondays to Thursdays at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. More information about the AI right here. And if you are new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. Okay, these are very short videos, 36 of them, very short, starting off with what is a stock. So I really recommend, if you're new to trading, taking a look at that. Trading ebooks that we created. So again, a lot of information on those two sections, my scans and the education. Save my link, then you can take a look at all this whenever you want. And just give me a moment here. Did Blink trigger? Blink is the trade of the week. Let's see if it triggered. I know it was over 40 in the pre-market, but yeah, it did trigger. So 40. How you trade it will be up to you guys. All right, so at this point, I like to go over a little bit about what Trade Ideas is. So we're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the stock market, the US market. Okay? Doesn't matter who your broker is, what broker you're using, or where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Okay? We're a scanner. So here's an example of a scan I put together called Basic New Highs and Lows. Let's just take a look at it. I right click on any window and you get this context coming up. So if I click on summary, so I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is at least 400,000 shares traded, etc. Okay, so these are the filters that I've got in place. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements, criteria, and it makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay? So that's why we see these stocks here. So what we did as a company is we, came to a decision. When I say we, this is well before I joined the company, but they said, you know what, most people do not want to have or worry about having to learn a programming language. So we said, okay, let's try to create as many alerts. These are all the alerts and filters. When we get to these icons here, filters, create enough alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers can combine them to create a scan that they like. So you do not have to know a programming language. Just give me a moment here, please. Okay, sorry about that. So don't have to learn a programming language. Also, if you're brand new, you don't even have to know how to create a scan. You know, you can take a look at my scans. You can say, take a look at my layout. You can take a look at all the individual scans that I've created. If you wanted this one as an example, you know, you right click, configure, and click on summary, and you'll see here are the filters, as I said, I'm using, but you might look at it at this price range and say, you know what, I want a different one. So you just click on the icon, make a change. Maybe you want, you know, minimum of $10 to $60, whatever that is. Maybe you want a different minimum volume or change the volume or add a filter, you know, or subtract a filter. So of course you can customize it. You don't have to, but this is just what I like to see. The other thing is, now I'm going to be demonstrating, you know, the new docked layout, or the new docking version, which is not available yet. Please don't ask me when. I have no idea. There are some bugs that have to be fixed, especially in the column widths, sizing, and all that. But just want to give you an idea because, you know, when I always say you can go to our channel bar, when you click on new and you click on our channel bar, these are all of the channels that we have. These are all the themed channels that we have. You know, crypto is hot right now, so you want to click on the crypto. You might want to click on the crypto channel, but they're all layouts. So if you have a layout up and running, you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So, you know, your layout would be replaced, which is okay as long as you've saved your layout to the cloud. However, in the new version, once it becomes available, don't ask me when. One of the things is you click on new and see where it says new dock channel bar. So this is what appears, okay? And all the channels are not here yet, but they will be. But watch what happens when I click on, say, the sector status. Sector status is available for you guys, but notice my layout does not disappear. Okay, so you can now, you can go to our channel bar and click on the various themes and not have to worry about your layout disappearing. You can have as many layouts as you want up and running. You know, don't go crazy. There's no point in doing that. But here, you know, this is kind of popular. This is the sector status. So these are the major sectors. And you can kind of get an overall snapshot of what the market is doing. Notice the market Dow is down. Tech is up a little. So if I go to technology, which I'm surprised, tech is up a little, but 70% of the stocks in the tech that make up XLK are down for the day. Right? Only 29% are up, as an example. So this kind of gives you a bit of a snapshot of what's happening in the overall market. You know, energy is decent today. 69% of the stocks in the energy sector are up. Okay? So you can kind of get a gauge about what the overall market's doing. Look at consumer staples. Virtually every stock is down in this sector. However, you know, looking at the top here, there are only 3 that are up. EL, PM, and BF.B as an example. Well, you can always scroll down and see what the worst performing one is right now. You know, down 4%. Altria, you know, you just click on it. If you want to trade it, you can, you know, here are the charts. Whoops. So anyway, this is an example, though, of how you can have a layout up and running, and your layout can, or one of the channels, one of the layouts from one of the channels up and running, and have your layout loaded at the same time. Okay? So that is coming. Don't ask me when. Please don't ask me when. I do not know. But in that regard, you don't have to know how to create you don't have to know how to create anything. You know, you can just cruise through our channels until you get really, really, you know, used to using trade ideas. Look at this. Look at MO. My goodness. Not so much an alert Don, but you can set up, you know, position and range. I'm just going to answer Don B. You know, one of the ones we do have. So a position in the year range as an example. Okay, and you can put it at 98%. That'll show you stocks that are within 2%. Okay, that's one example. Our position and range filters are really powerful. Can you combine filters for different windows I like into one? I'm not sure I understand the question. Yeah, I don't quite get the question. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm trying to, if that's what you mean. Are you talking about taking various alert windows and putting them into one window? Usually people do that because they have a screen space problem. Is that what you mean? Or is that your question? Okay, I don't see an answer to that question. If it's a multi-strategy window, I can kind of show you how to do that, but if that's what you mean, I'm not sure that's what you mean. Meanwhile, EFOI on the move here, guys. EFOI on the move. So remember when we looked at the sector status and energy was the leading sector? You know, one of the only ones that is actually positive for the day. So, you know, that's an idea. You know, you get something that EFOI, energy, okay. So you know it's in a strong sector for the day, as an example. All right, guys, let me talk a little bit about the AI. I mentioned the AI. So this is an example of my docked. I've docked it in here. So this is what the AI looks like. Not having a great day so far, but you know, it's early. So if I were you, I wouldn't worry about anything other than having this window open. Okay, now don't don't worry about these two. You know, I could obviously split it off, but how you load this window is from here. Click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. All I would do is watch this all day long. Okay? No, I wouldn't worry about Holly Grail, Holly 2.0, Holly Neo. Forget about it. I wouldn't worry about where the like from what strategy this came from. Forget about it. Just, you know, make it easier on yourself and have this as a watch list for the day. And you know how you trade it will be up to you. But I wouldn't worry about anything else other than that. Or I wouldn't concentrate on anything else other than that, okay? I mean, look at this WPG. It's crazy, you know, guys. I mean, the news is so terrible, and yet it's bounced. Crazy. And with the market just tanking, too. That's why you'll drive yourself crazy because you read all the news about WPG. They're, you know, filed for bankruptcy again. So how can this possibly happen? Well, how do you start a new price list each day? What do you mean by a price list? Exactly, Harry V. You mean a symbol list? A watch list? I'm not sure I know what you mean exactly by a price list. So I said this. It's AI/Holly strategy trades window. Make sure it's the trades window. Then you'll see all the alerts. Just wait for them to happen. And, you know, as I always say, you can incorporate this window as part of your layout, okay? So then when you load it tomorrow, again, this is a premium service, you load it tomorrow and it'll be blank, of course, before the market opens, and just wait for the alerts to happen. So you don't have to load it every day. All right, guys, now I want to talk about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. This is the only thing that is undockable. Otherwise, see, I've got these. I had to separate the docks. Again, not available yet, okay? Coming soon to a neighborhood near you. So, Silent, are you talking about in our channel bar? Is this what you're talking about? I'm just trying to answer. So are you talking about in the channel bar where you see these different channels? Like the Buzz channel, we got the Buzz channel, we have the Momo channel. Is that what you're talking about? These are all layouts, different layouts. Like you can take. So I have to, like you can take a look at every one of those channels, and if you want to extract a window, I think maybe that's what you mean, and like a window, like one of the windows, one of the scans from Momentum, one of the scans from Swing Ideas, one of the scans from, you can do that. Okay, you save to the cloud the ones that you want, and then you bring them back one at a time from the cloud to create your own scan, your own layout. Is that what you mean? Yes. Okay. Okay. So yeah. So let me just quickly show you how you can do something like that. Okay. Now again, I'm on this development version, so you don't have this, but this is in essence what you mean. Take the Buzz channel. Okay. The Buzz. So let's just say the buzzworthy. So I right click. Okay. Save or share to cloud. Ah, no, you see, in this, you can't. So, well, you can, but what I have to do here is take it out. So I'm going to take it out. Come here. So now it's free floating. Now it's going to show up on another monitor, okay? I know this gets a little... Whoa. Okay, I just had... See, here's why... I just had a big error message. Just give me a moment here. What happens if I ignore it? My layout may go, guys. Whew, didn't go. Okay. Yeah, so there's a bug. I can tell already there's a bug. Okay, you'll have to trust me on this, all right? You'll have to trust me on this. In your layout, from your channel bar, if you right click on a window and then save or share to cloud, okay, and then say yes, then it'll go into the cloud. So you can go to individual windows or individual channels, extract the window that you want, the scan that you want, you save them all to the cloud, okay, one at a time, and then start out with a blank. You can start off with a blank screen just by clicking on Windows and then close all your windows. So you'd have a blank screen, all you'd have is a toolbar. Or if you had a layout already up and running, you could leave your layout and then file load from cloud, and you will see them. All the ones that you saved will be up here, and you just click on load, okay, over and over and over again, and bring back all of the scans that you liked from the individual layouts, okay? Okay? So again, just right click, save. You can also change it. You can also, when you right click configure, you see something, but maybe you want to make a change to the price range or something else. So you can make your change, say okay, and then save it to the cloud. Okay? Just give me a moment here. Yeah, so I guess this is one way to find out. If you click on somebody asked about how do you know if you're up to date and all. Click on tools from the toolbar, options, and then upgrade. Click on the upgrade, and you'll see whether or not it probably tells you if you're already at the latest version. Okay. Okay, guys, Wish is just showing up on my option scanner a little bit late. I'm just seeing it now, 11:05. It appeared. This is, I think, one of the WSB stocks. At least it was last week. Sugar, I missed it. I've missed it. Wow, Rob Gunn. Let me see. Hypothetically, I was alerted about a stock, but I forgot what the nature of the alert was. Does a single stock window? No. The single stock window will never show you that. Yeah, I'm not sure I quite. I mean, if you get alerted by so you're thinking AXTI. I got alerted, but you forgot. You forgot if it came from the basic new highs and lows, and you're just trying to remember. There's no way. There's no way that you can just put up AXT somewhere in the single stock window and say, yeah, it was alerted from here. No. No. So, I mean, you're thinking, okay, man, I know I saw Wish somewhere. Where was it? No. I mean, for instance, here's Wish showing up here. Did it show up here? Momentum? Maybe. Let me see if it showed up here. Yeah, there's no way to know how many, like where it was all triggered. No, no, no. There's just no way to know that. All right, guys. So I want to talk about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. Well, no. I mean, if you're calling this a strategy, like basic new highs and lows, I mean, obviously you can do a history to see what alerts happen from it. But if you're asking, if the question is this, AXTI, or remember, where did it come from? And you don't see it anymore. You know, I mean, that's why I like to have the don't repeat, because then I can see every single one of them at a glance very easily, as opposed to, you know, having to scroll up or down to see, you know, what happened earlier? Where did NOVN occur? That's why I do like to see or have this basic new highs in the don't repeat version also, so you can quickly go back to see what happened. Okay, so maybe that's your answer. Cleans up the space, exactly. I mean, no, I mean, this is going to repeat over. It'll nag at you to death, right? Nag, nag, nag. Don't forget about me. Okay. So maybe that's what you're looking for. Maybe is more the don't repeat. Meanwhile, AVXL is just. I mean, mentioned this one earlier in the day. I mean, this has just been really stellar here, guys. I mean, still has all this room. AVXL has all this room. All right, I have to get to this Brokerage Plus window. I know I'll get to it eventually. You know, I'm just going to go over this quickly. All right, this is what we call our Brokerage Plus window. It's a feature we have. You don't have to use it, but you know it's there if you want to use it. If you have, now I'm going to talk about the simulator in a bit, but let me just get the positions here. Here we go. Boy, this has been pretty frantic, this wish. Up, down, up, down. Look at these bottoming tails. It's good. You know, the sellers have been trying. I don't know. Yeah, it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. They've been trying, but these buyers are pretty strong so far. Look at these bottoming tails on the 5-minute chart. Sellers been trying to knock it down, and the buyers just keep pouring in. Yeah, AMC is really picking up steam versus GME. GME is really not doing too much. These I obviously kept over from Friday. Okay, so guys, this is the Brokerage Plus window, okay? So if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You know, you'll see I'm going to put this video in, or this link to 2 videos. Okay, this is the Brokerage Plus. Okay, this is the Brokerage Plus. 2 videos are here, okay? The first video shows you how you can connect if you have an IB account or an E-Trade account, okay? The second video goes into a lot more detail, a lot more advanced topics like one-click trading. I don't go into it at all, but you know, you can set up your own one-click trading. Okay, and that's the second video. So that's how you can use this window to trade if you happen to have an IB, Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, don't worry, you can still use Trade Ideas, okay? It's just a feature that we have. Okay? Now, the other big reason to try this out is as a simulator. So, if you're new to trading, I always say this, if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. Okay, it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay, it's using our real-time data. Very simple to do. You just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. If you're going to go long, you buy it. If you're going to short it, you sell. Okay? Here's how you can do something on a pullback. always like to demonstrate this. Let's say you wanted to buy Sorrento, but you don't want to buy it right now. Maybe you pull back to 970, right to there, that on the 5 minute. So you can pick how many shares you want to do this at. You can type in 970. And then click the buy button and opening order. So there it is. So if Sorrento goes down to 970, it'll take the order. Okay, you could have done it at the top also. If it broke out to a new high, you could have put the price above the current price, and that blue line would have appeared on top and would have taken. So, you know, sometimes you look at a chart and you see some resistance on top. If it broke through that resistance, you might want to take the trade. So that's how you can do something like that. And the other thing I'll briefly go over is money management, okay? Money management is so important. When you get into a trade, they're not all going to work. Unfortunately, they're not all going to work. So, if you get into a trade, you have to have an out. You have to have a price where you're going to get out. Let's just say I want to take this AVXL trade. I'm going to take it at the market. I'm just going to demonstrate what you can do. Okay, so there it is. Took it at 912. I'm going to put a stop in at 1892. I'm going to explain why I put that stop in at 1892. And this is where, I mean, how, you know, to practice, because, you know, even though you've heard me say, well, you have to have a price where you're going to get out if the trade doesn't work. Well, how are you going to know what that is? Well, that's where practice comes into play. Okay. Now notice I might get stopped out immediately. I'm going to try to talk quickly. I put the stop 20 cents away because the next thing, the next aspect of all this is that, okay, once you get comfortable with, you know, where you could put a stop, where you're going to get out, now the next idea is that, okay, how much am I willing to lose on the trade if it works against me? So if you have a $5,000 account, you are not going to be risking $1,000 a trade. So in this case, I said, okay, let's say I can risk $100 a trade. So you notice it says minus, you notice the stop shows up, the red line, 1892. If it goes down to 1892 and I keep that stop in, I'll lose $97, okay? Approximately 100. That's why I took 500 shares. That's share size me then. Because basically what you do is you say, okay, here's my entry, here's my stop. That happens to be 20 cents. I just wanted to make the math easy. If I divide 20 cents into $100, which I was willing to risk on the trade, that means I can take 500 shares. If I get stopped out, 500 shares times 20 cents on my stop equals $100, okay? So it's so important to get used to the idea of money management, okay? They're not all going to work, but you always want to be able to stick around trading. You don't want to blow up your account. You know, take a manageable loss and you move on. The other thing is that you could always, you know, if you get stopped out, the setup could happen later on also. You know, for the same reason that you got into the trade again, it could come back and you could always get back into the trade. Now, the other aspect of all of this is to obey your stop. Exactly. If you leave your stop in, it'll sell the shares there, okay? Now, but that's the other aspect. I'm glad you brought that up, because the other aspect is that you can practice a lot and start to feel like you're getting comfortable. You're able to make money in the simulator. And I'll say this again. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trading, okay? If you cannot make money when there's no emotion on the line, then you'll never be able to do it when you finally start to trade with a real account. But unfortunately also though, even if you can make money in the simulator, does not guarantee you're going to make money when you start trading. The reason being is that when you start trading with real money, you know, it becomes very emotional. So for instance, you put your stop in, you take that very first trade, and it starts working against you. You cannot believe it. You've been practicing for 6 months, and now it's working against you. And you cannot believe it. So, you know, I almost guarantee this is what you'll do. You won't obey your stop. You'll start to maybe move your stop price down. and down and down, and it starts approaching the new stop, and you still won't obey it. So instead of that manageable $100 loss, you finally throw up your hands and say, oh man, I'll get out, and it's a $500 loss. Hopefully it doesn't happen very often. So how to counteract that? Well, leave your stop in. Okay, just leave your stop in, and this takes all the emotion out of trading. Okay? Not sure what happened there. This is a bit of a... Let's move it up here. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, there it is. So just leave your stop in place. It takes all the emotion out of trading, and you just move on. Oh, listen, we've all done it. I've done it. Believe me, I don't do it anymore. When I have a stop, I get out. My stops are, for instance, if I were in this one for real, okay, the AVXL, if I am taking this in my real account and my stop is at 1892, if the trade starts working against me, if it really starts working against me, I don't have to wait for my stop. If I don't like the way it's trading, maybe the market's going against me, maybe something else happened. This is my absolute, this is my absolute stop, as I will call it. But I always reserve the right to get out earlier if I just don't like the way it's trading. But this is where I'm absolutely going to get out of the trade. Okay? Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, BlackBerry and AMC are just ripping. GME is just pausing here. Yeah, and one of the worst things that can happen also, believe it or not, is to disobey your stop and watch it sink. So that $100 loss now is 150, 200, and then all of a sudden it turns around and you start making money. And then you say, wow, I'm so glad I did not obey my stop. False sense of security. I'm not saying it'll never happen. Of course things can turn around. The stop is, it's scientific to a certain extent when you look at the chart and you look where where there's a big support area. If it broke down through that, then that should be the end of it. But of course it can turn around. All right? But that can be the worst thing that can happen, especially in your first few trades. Because then again, you get a false sense of security and thinking, well, what the heck? Why should I obey stops? They're all going to turn around. Okay, guys, just give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So CCJ is just continuing its march down here. CCJ, Cameco. I don't know what the specific news on it is, but it is just. I think I think we saw this one right up here around 2035. So definitely marching on the way down. And again, I'm going to just check to see if I can see any specific news for CCJ. Yeah, I don't see any news. I don't know if it's just, let's take a look at some of the other uranium plays. Sorry, that's not it. I think it's quadruple U, one of them. Yeah, so something's up with uranium, guys. You just sort of see. Yeah, I mean, this is just getting kicked here, but it's funny. I don't see any specific, even some basic headline about uranium being. Yeah, I don't see anything. No, this is what's happening. I don't see it. I don't see where the. What's wrong with me? This is what I'm seeing. I mean, okay, price could move down, but I mean, I'm looking for could move down. Yes, yes, but could move down. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't see any. I don't see it. Okay. But thank you. Just make sure you click on Sim, Nathaniel, okay? If you click on Sim, okay, and then it'll say down here, it's something, remember I'm in a development version, but it'll say something here to connect to your simulated account. But if you click on Sim, you're in simulation trading. Well, I think that's what I was trying to say to you, Silat. I mean, you can take, for instance, if you can take different scanner. When you say a different scanner, are you talking in an individual window or the entire layout? Well, if you click on when you say, okay, first of all, using our web-based version. Okay, so again, take your individual windows, the individual windows that you see, okay, from the scans that you like, from the layouts that you like. Well, it should never be automatically connected. If you're in simulation mode, when you click, I'm just trying to answer somebody on YouTube. When you click on simulation, you're not connected to your IB account. I mean, don't confuse the fact that when you click on an alert, it loads into your IB account. Okay, that's got nothing to. But then from within your IB account, you trade it. But if you click on Sim, okay, you are not, connected to your IB account to trade, in this window. So again, this is what I was trying to say. Maybe you didn't hear me, or maybe I'll have to explain it better. EV related, okay? I just clicked on the EV related channel. Let's just say you like this one. EV up the most in the last 5 days. Unfortunately, there is a bit of a bug in this development version. But if you brought this channel up, and you like this, if you like this particular scan, all you have to do then, and you didn't want to, you could change some of the parameters if you wanted to by right-click configure. You can see the filters that are being used. If you didn't want to change it, well, and you leave it as it is, fine. Otherwise, you can maybe, here's a pretty broad price range, so maybe you want to change that. If you make any changes, and then right-click, and save or share to cloud, okay, and then save, okay. So now you have taken that window, maybe you've modified it, and you've saved it to the cloud. Okay, it's up in the cloud. Now you go to another channel and extract another one. Another window that you might like. Keep doing that over and over. And, eventually, if you right-click and file load from cloud, you would see them all here. Okay, and then you just click on one, load it, and then you load the individual windows that you've extracted, okay, from all of the layouts, and then you can create your own layout like that. Does that not make sense? Well, that's why it's not released, JB. That's why it's not released. It's not incredibly buggy. There was one thing, but I mean, that's why it's not released. This is one that I wasn't. Anyway, I'm going to get rid of this. Well, there'll be some videos created. I mean, listen, it's not. It took me a little bit to figure out how to create these docked windows, okay, in the order I wanted. It's easy to create, just literally go new, docked window, and you give it a name, and then you just take your individual windows. I don't have any more individual windows, and that's the problem. But if I had an individual window, I would right-click on it like a scan, and it would say, and I would say send to this. You can give the different docked windows different names, and you would just send it to it, and you would see the tab shows up, and you would just start loading up, and then you start arranging it. Okay, I mean, it's really not that difficult, but there'll be a video. I mean, there will be a video showing how to do it. Oh yeah, I mean, it's impossible to load it now or to release it now. But the different, but okay, but each one of those windows has different filter parameters, right? I mean, they're designed to look at different things. I don't see why you'd want the same filter parameters in each window. Does that not make sense? I mean, that's the whole idea. I mean, I've got certain filter parameters in here that I don't want to see, in here. I mean, why? That's the whole idea of creating different scans with different filter parameters. I don't see why you'd want the same ones unless I'm, again, not quite understanding. Okay, that I don't know. I have no idea if you'll see it in dark mode one day. All right, guys, AVXL, it's been a little bit choppy, but maybe, just maybe, it's going to run again. AVXL. So TI is getting a visual update. I'm not sure what you mean by that. If you're talking about this, the docked windows and things like that, yes, that is coming. Just don't know when. We're also working on our charts, to create, get more in tune with other charting programs. So you'll be able to, have a variety of colors and fade and, things like that you see in other charting programs. We've never been big on charting. So when you say nothing changes about our layouts in Windows, what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, we still have the same filters and alerts, if that's what you mean, but I'm not sure I know what you mean by nothing changes. Yeah, we'll send that to info@trade-ideas.com. Somebody wants the previous day's close drawn on the chart. So any suggestions coming from our customers, more powerful than, they don't listen to me. Okay, so info@trade-ideas.com. Info@trade-ideas.com if you have any suggestions. Yeah, so Siri, all that would require a custom formula, okay? Each one of them. The open, the high, the low, and the close, yeah, it would require a custom formula. So it's an advanced topic. Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, you'll still be able to create price, you don't have to use docking. In other words, okay, I'm a fan of it now. I think it's so clean, okay? I am a fan of it. Does it change really radically anything I do? No. But I like the look better. But you'll be able to use Trade Ideas exactly the same way as you were before. You don't have to use docking. It's not mandatory. But I do like I just find it cleans it up. Yeah, one of the things I really like, where are you? Pre-market scans. Okay, so for instance, here's my pre-market scanning that I do. I mean, just as a very, 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 it helps me a little bit because in the past, I don't want these windows up and running when the market's open, so I'd have to minimize each one of them individually. And I mean, is it a big deal? No, but now all I have to do is just minimize the entire dock. So boom. The other thing is, and I just don't know how this is going to work. Because in theory, I know a lot of you, I mean, you can have right now you can create different layouts, right? I don't know how many of you have so many different layouts. I never was one to have so many different layouts. I mean, I just really use my one layout. But in theory, you could just have now one layout and then all of your other layouts put in a dock. So you would just, if you wanted to see, if you were somebody who likes to see, okay, I've got an afternoon layout, I've got a layout from 9:30 to 10:30, I've got a layout for this, I've got a layout for that, and you do use different layouts during the day. In theory, then, all you'd have to do is you wouldn't have to load different layouts all day long, you just load the different docks. Yeah, Jessica, one of the things is, I mean, she's saying need to get Windows onto my Mac and get organized properly. Yeah, so yeah, this is a question we get all the time. Will there ever be a Mac version available? And I can almost say with certainty, no. Okay, one of the things we're trying to do is enhance the web-based version a lot more. The other thing, of course, is to add this Brokerage Plus. It's only available if you want to, in our downloadable version, not the web-based version. Okay, so if you wanted to practice, the simulation trading, you can't do it if you're using the web-based version. Now there are two other ways, though, and a lot of people that trade ideas who have Macs, this is what they do. I'm going to put this podcast in that was done a few months ago, but it's totally relevant. Where is it? Here we are, Mac users. I think probably the most traditional way is to get an emulation program like Parallels. But you can go to Amazon Web Services or something, AWS, something like that also. And so then you could use our application on your Mac computer. Well, you can create a watch list of those stocks very quickly by clicking on the heart symbol list, and you can track that all day long. When you click on the heart, it goes into a symbol list that is called, and it's automatically added. It's called My Liked. See, My Liked should be right there, My Liked, okay? So when you click on a heart, it goes into a symbol list called My Liked that we created for you. You don't have to create it. And then you could take the symbol list or watch list and attach it to a window, an alert window or a top list window, and then monitor those hot stocks all day long, as an example. Notice, guys, I left that in there on purpose. Notice I got stopped out of the AVXL. Now, I'm glad this all happened because I want to show you something. So notice I've got this max P&L column up and I've got the distance from the exit price, okay? So look at the max P&L. So remember, I left the stop in for AVXL. It took me out. There's that manageable $100 loss, okay? But at one point when I was in this trade, I was up $135, okay? Again, in the trade, in the simulator. So hopefully as a trader, you would not let that happen. You would not allow yourself to be up $135 and then allow that to turn into a $100 loss, okay? You know, you want to be able to take some profit. So if you start to see it falling, maybe you take out half your trade. I mean, this is only going to come with practice. But, all I can say is that this would not be a good trade to, again, allow something where you're up 135 to turn into a $100 loss. Okay? The other thing is the distance from the exit price will let you know kind of how you have been, getting how your exits have been. Now, in this particular case, what it's telling me is that when I did get out, it's 12 cents under. So that's good. I mean, you get out of a long trade, you want it to be way under, right? Because that's going to show you, okay, thank goodness I got out when I did, because now it's $1 under where I got out. If I'd left it in, I'd be losing a lot more money. So these are two good gauges to let you know, kind of give you an idea how good are your exits. All right, let me just do a quick sound check. I'm not getting that information that my sound is tinny, so make sure the sound is okay for most people. Okay, so it must be on your end, Green Trades, okay? Well, it's not a matter of hearing me, it's a matter of, he said it's, I'm sounding tinny. Well, you could. You mean manually? Yeah, you could easily do that. I mean, obviously, if I got into AVXL right now and I wanted to put the stop way down here, I mean, I wouldn't do that, but you could put the stop here if that's what you mean. If you're talking about in an automated fashion, you can do stuff like that, but I'm not going to go over it. You should watch the video. Okay, the second video covers a lot of what we call one-click trading, and where you can put stops like that, the high and the low, okay? But if you're talking manually, well, of course, yes. I don't auto trade at all, guys. I don't do one-click trading. I just don't do it. So it's not a recommendation not to do it. But one of the things is that I would much rather take a look, see how something is trading. Take a look at the chart. Yes, I know that I could probably go back and try to pick how I want to trade it, but I just find that it's, it's not the be all and the end all for me to create these one-click trading situations. So if you went to the toolbar, click on New and then Channel Bar, and then you click on, as an example, where are your likes? Where's the liked? Just a minute. I know it's here somewhere. My goodness, why can't I find it? Stocks I like, it's called, okay? So if you clicked on that will show you everything that you've clicked in the heart. Okay, there'll be a top list and an alert window. I don't want to do that because I'm not sure what's going to happen with my layout. So I just don't want to do it because I'm in this development version. Okay? Okay, one moment please. My headset is just about to die, so I just have to switch. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, Sorrento. So I mean, this is a great move. I mean, with 263 million in the float, up 15%. That's a big move with that float. Because William is trying to short this, yeah. I see why somebody asked about are there shorts available for EFOI. I do see that EFOI was a short from the AI, not bad. There were shorts available, or are shorts available from the AI, from Interactive Brokers. I'm noticing. I missed that. That's something I would have liked to have seen because it's right exactly the price. I like the 1 to 20 price range from the AI. But, you know, in doing what I'm doing, I just completely missed this one. Yeah, I haven't really, I know what you're talking about, you know, but I'm more into the bottoming tails rather than the topping tails. Hmm. Well, I've missed a bunch of these option scans alerts. I've missed a bunch of them. Just give me a moment here. So remember I was saying earlier we hadn't had any, but we're starting to get a lot more now. That's what I'm talking about. Right here. I don't, you know, it's hard for me to believe this WPG, but it is what it is, guys. You drive yourself crazy, you know, thinking, well, why that in the name of whatever is this going up after they've again declared they're going to be filing for bankruptcy again. But if the WSB boys have got a hold of it, I shouldn't say boys, people. It doesn't matter what we think. It honestly doesn't matter. Yeah, the only way you can do it is if you have an alert window or a top list window, then just right click. Okay, I'm answering you. Green is the new red. And then go to your symbol lists, and then find it, attach it. Okay, you can attach it to an alert window or a top list window that you've created without having to go to the channel bar to find it. Okay, make sense? So create your alert window or your top list window, how you want to monitor it, and then attach the window, or sorry, attach the symbol list called My Like to it. Go to a symbol list, only the following list, check it, and then that would mean you could follow it however you want. Oh man, WPG. I think a bigger head scratcher is the WPG, but it doesn't matter what we think. Ride, you know what? Ride did the same thing last week, didn't it? It had all the horrible news, and then it had a great little bounce during the day. You're wondering, oh, who's going to buy this thing? After the company basically says, we're not sure if we can maintain ourselves as a company. I mean, that's literally what they said. Leading to the CFO and CEO resigning or being turfed. Okay, so green is a new red. Did you get that? What I said, does that make sense? Able to do that? Wish again is right. Wish, so a little bit choppy, but boy, I mean, they get a hold of this one. Anything can happen. I mean, this got up to what, 15 something last week. So let's just see if they maintain this. Yeah, bad news is the good news. Exactly. So this FOA, this was one of those, I think, no, I'm wrong. Okay, give me a moment here. I have a hungry kitty, just a sec. Yeah, but Nigel, what's making them cover is the fact that stock's going up, right? And so I think I don't know. Maybe I think if the WSB guys have got a hold of it and pouring buying into it, of course, yes, you're absolutely right. Shorts are going to cover, more shorts are going to cover, fueling the buying. I get it, but it just seems it's a crazy situation. But as they say, it is what it is. It may take a while, Green. Okay, it may take a while. It may not be instant. Top list update every 30 seconds, so you may not see it immediately. Wow, 11:40 already. Fast morning for a Monday morning. Tons of activity. Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pop the YouTube link into the main trading room because I will be taking a break at about noon. Give me a moment here. It didn't work. Okay, no more. Sorry. Yeah, ENOB was, I'm surprised a little bit. I thought maybe it would have a little more traction just because of the short float percent and all. But I mean, it had a heck of a run in the pre-market. And it's not shortable at Interactive Brokers, so that's why I didn't really pay that much attention to it afterwards. I mean, it's still up 114%, but again, not shortable for me. Okay, give me a moment, please. All right, guys, Wish is on the move a little bit. Let's see if it can really get rolling here. Yeah, she's a good salesperson. No question. Look at the volume that came into Wish. There's a big float, It's not a low float, but 16% is short. But look at the volume that is coming in. All right, guys, I just want to make sure it is Sean today taking over for me in the YouTube room. Pretty sure it will be. Looks dying to me. I mean, it's taken out. It's a big area for it to have taken out, in my opinion. The E-knob. I mean, look, anything can happen. It can come back, I guess, but that is there's a downturn. You see, the glimmer of hope for longs was right here. That little candle there looked like, okay, a little bit of a base. It's going to pop, going to challenge the highs again. This doesn't look good right now. Well, I mean, I can't believe it, but this has been the star so far from the option scanner. 326 on the alert at 369 now. I mean, that is a great percentage move. Oh, well, listen, that wasn't investment advice, right? I mean, listen, in the next second, it could pop $1. Okay, so that I was just saying what I'm saying. It's not advice to sell or do anything. Just so you know. I saw Skin earlier. What the heck is it doing? Skin. Oh, so this is an IPO here. Wow. Great IPO, guys. I mean, IPO'd back here in May, and it's been steadily moving higher and higher and higher. Skin, what a nice IPO. Yeah, oh, definitely. The AI was wrong on WPG. But, you get out at the stop and yeah, this is a great move. I mean, look at this day, big day today. I mean, that's a wide candle, and it's not a super low float. This was a high flyer last week, gray, and not high flyer now. All right, guys. Yeah, I did get the confirmation. It'll be Sean in the YouTube room at noon. So in about 11 minutes from now, say I'll be taking my break. The smart stop is just generated by the system, okay? It takes into account the. I was asked what is where does a smart stop come from? It's just generated by our system. It takes into account the volatility of the stock, the high and the low, feeds those numbers in, and it generates a smart stop. Okay? So it is something that is automatically generated. Well, right there. Intraday charts, it'll show. There's a smart stop right there. You know, if you see my 15-minute chart. So what that's telling me, I mean, this is a guide, guys. Do I pay attention to it? Not really, you know. But this is telling me that if I took this trade right now at this price, well, let me click on Acor. Okay, if I took Acor at 418, they're suggesting the smart stop is down here at 408, 10 cents away. Okay, that's all it is. It's just displayed right on the chart. It's you know, sometimes it's hard to see, but it's that you know, dotted red line, and it should say smart stop on the right hand side. So it's just automatically generated. You know, don't look for the formula or anything like that. Just accept the fact that, you know, we generate it internally and place it on the chart. Again, it's a guide. That's all it is. It's a guide. CCJ, somebody said I don't think it's a financing. It was something else. Something to, oh, it was uranium. Uranium itself is just getting thumped. Something to do with China. Okay? Uranium is getting thumped. So it's not financing. Well, okay. I mean, I can't tell you why and one. And it may be because it's outside of the what's the price at RCAT? Well, it displays for me in the 15-minute chart right there, and on the 5-minute chart, I see it. I don't know why you're not seeing it. Unless right-click properties. You know, smart risk levels. You have to check that. Maybe you don't have that checked. Maybe that's it. I'm sorry. I should have realized that. See, so you have to right click your chart, go to properties, and check show smart risk levels. Maybe that's why it wasn't showing. Okay? Okay, Asiri? Come on. Sorry. Shameless of me. Sorry. All right, Wish finally on the move, guys. Finally, it's been choppy, very choppy. I just keep thinking that's all traders are looking at is last week. Look at that, 15. So I'm just looking to see some of the other options plays from that scan. Let's see if there's anything else that is. AVXL was good for a while. 1891 got up to 1942. OR 14. Actually, it's not bad. OR. What is this? This is a lifetime high for OR. The alert. This is what I'm showing you guys. And again, this is you have this available. You have this as one of the scans that I'm sharing. Moving higher with unusually strong options right here. Okay, one of the scans that I'm sharing. And Sorrento, let's see what happened. Sorrento, the alert was at 10:11. Right there. And what did it get up to? Yeah, not bad, but nothing great. CYCN's probably been a very slow mover. 459. Yeah. And then I hate to even bring this one up. The WPG. 320. I mean, this has been the star. WPG has been the star from the option scanner because of the percentage increase. 326 to 3, all the way up here to 378. Unbelievable. Wish, guys, and Wish is starting to move. Guess what one? Only took one of these. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, Amen. You're actually in tech support area with that particular comment about RESN. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'm just waiting for Sean to show up. And then I'm going to take my break. Definitely an exciting Monday morning. Well, this is so interesting. I'm not in this one, but this is so interesting. This OR. I mean, it's a lifetime high. It's not a low float. Again, they don't all have to be. It's Canadian stock. Yay. Oh, there you are, Sean. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm going to take my break. I am going to stop my stream now, Sean, so have a nice hour there. Stop my stream now, Sean, so have a nice hour there.
Well, thank you, Barry, for that intro. Hope you had a great weekend. I know I did. Summer is in full swing out here in Colorado. Hope everybody's doing well. This is the live Trade Ideas Q&A for the next hour. We will be, this is really your opportunity to get any kind of questions answered about the software. We're not talking trading here so much, so that's more the trading room with Barry that you guys just left. But this is for those of you, especially if you're a beginner, if you're having trouble learning your way around the software and you need some help, this is for you. For the next hour, I'm your host. I'm Chicago Sean McLaughlin. And if you have any questions about how to use a certain feature, how to interpret the data from a certain feature, how to build a layout, that kind of stuff, type your question into the chat panel there on your YouTube screen, and I will see it, and I will do my best to answer your questions. My standard disclaimer every Monday when I do these sessions at the top is, I don't know the answer to everything, but I do know enough to be dangerous. So throw at me what you got, whether it's a beginner's question or an experienced expert level question. I'll do my best to answer it. Or if I don't know the answer, I could certainly point you in the right direction to get those questions answered. And so while I wait for questions to come in, I'll start off by updating all my swing trade positions that I have here. You'll notice this window here. This is my Brokerage Plus window. These are all of my open positions. These are swing trades. These are a lot of these positions are stocks I've held positions in for several days, several weeks, and in some cases several months. You can see the entry times in this column here. You can see I'm holding positions from as far back as March. Here's one from December. So going way back in some cases. But before we all get carried away about all my open P&L, this does look pretty impressive, all this open P&L I'm holding. I am doing the simulated trading here. So I'm demoing the simulated trader for everybody. The good news is that if you have a trading account with E-Trade or Interactive Brokers, and you can connect those accounts to Trade Ideas, and you could send live orders direct from the Trade Ideas platform, and it will work exactly like it does here in our simulator. So if you practice up on our simulator, making that transition to live trading should be pretty seamless and smooth for you. Anyway, so these are all the swing trades I have on, and all these swing trades are derived from the Holly AI. The Holly AI, which we can talk about later, but is all in service of day trading. All of the trading signals that come from Holly AI are day trades, meaning it doesn't hold any positions overnight. But I use those signals to inform some smart swing trades. Now, I don't take every Holly trade each day as a swing trade. I just kind of pick and choose my spots. I like the setups, and we could talk about that later if anyone has questions. But I'm looking for bullish setups. I like swing trading from the long side. I don't like swing trading from the short side. That's just my preference. I know there's a lot of you to do very well swing trading from the short side, but for me, it's not what I'm looking to do. So if this is your first time seeing Brokerage Plus and seeing trades managed within Brokerage Plus, the first thing you'll notice is when I click on my top position here, my top open gains, and I see the chart displayed, you'll see where my stop loss order is resting. So I'm sitting on 2,200-ish in open gains right now, which is nice. But if this stock were to roll over and hit my stop loss level way down here, you'll see 511, that 511.08 cents. That's approximately what my P&L would be if my stop loss gets hit. Now, this thing is moving my way, and I like it. I'm going to drag my stop up. I like to move my stops in the direction of the trend, right? I never move my stops down. But check this out. Trade Ideas makes it so easy to manage your stops. All you simply do is just grab the line and drag it to the new place on the chart where you want it to be. And in this case, I'm going to put it right up there. Now, if my stop were to get hit, I'll walk away with approximately a $1,500 profit. Now, I say approximately because this obviously doesn't factor in slippage and commissions, right? But that's pretty close to what my P&L would be if my stop loss gets hit at the price of $37.30. Now, I'm going to flip layouts here just because I like the charts better on this other custom layout that I've built. I got 4 charts for the same stock across the top, varying time frames, monthly, weekly, daily, 5-minute. But I could see my positions a little better here. So I'm just going to go through all these open positions, and I'm going to adjust my stop loss orders where necessary. So here's the daily chart. This is really the one I'm paying the most attention to. Here's New Corp. This has been a good winner for me. It's done really well, but as you can see, it's starting to roll over, and I've got a working stop loss order pretty close to where it's trading right now. I would not be surprised if I get stopped out of this trade today, and that's okay. If I do, I'll walk away with a $1,200-ish profit. No problem. That's great. So let's go on down the line and see if there's any other positions that need adjustments. That one's fine. I'm going to leave that stop loss where it is. Same here. I'm going through this quickly, guys. So, I mean, look, I've been trading for 23 years. I'm a very visual trader. I'm just looking for obvious levels of support where I can place my stops. And with this stock breaking out to a new all-time high, or at least a new 52-week high, I'm going to move my stop up to the most recent level of support, which is right there. I'm going to leave that. It looks like a lot of these I'm leaving. Well, this one I'll move up. I'm going to at least put it right below that gap there. Put it right there. That's a good spot. Okay, we'll leave that one for now. I'm tempted to drag my stop up to, you know what? I am going to drag my stop up to up there. I'm going to put it right up there. I don't want it to fill that gap. If it does, that's a pretty clear signal to me that trend is over. Let's see, this one, I'm going to drag this one up. And guys, there's no science, as you're noticing, and there's no science here. This is all gut feel. This is chart reading for me. I'm just looking for obvious levels of support. That's it. You know, I don't overthink this stuff, guys. When you're a swing trader, when you're playing for the bigger moves, there's really no additional alpha added if you're micromanaging your stops. There really isn't. You just want to have your stops at places where clearly that any novice looking at a chart can see that the trend has reversed, right? So that's what I'm doing. And this is the way I can manage a portfolio of 30 plus positions, right? If I'm micromanaging 30 plus positions, I'm going to drive myself crazy. So this is just another reason why I do it this way. I'm looking to catch the big trends. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what this is all about. We're trying to catch the big trends. I'm not trying to micromanage my open positions. If a big move happens, I'm going to be in it and I'm going to participate, right? So I'm almost done here. I'll just leave these ones down here that are not performing. So these are newer positions. Well, Cisco's not so new. I'm almost back to break even on Cisco. In fact, you know what? I'm going to bring my stop loss order up just below break even because I've been in this thing for several weeks now and hate to see a winner turn into a loser. So I'm going to have a very tight stop on that. Probably get stopped out today, and that's okay. All right, that's it. I'm good. Just went through all my positions, updated my stops. Look how easy that was, guys. And I do this, you know, once a week. Usually do this on Mondays for all you guys to see. And I know, look, again, this is a simulated trading account, so let's not get carried away. But I do swing trade with real positions and real money, and I manage my stops in much similar ways. If I'm long a stock, and I'm definitely a swing trader, not a day trader anymore, I'm managing my stops very similarly to what you just witnessed right there. All right, see a couple questions came in. You know what, I'm going to answer Manet's question first since it seems to be related to what I was just talking about. In the past, you used to show risk on, risk off profit. Why can't we see that info into Holly anymore? Is that not available anymore? Let's see. We don't show risk on, risk off anymore. But what we do show, well, actually, you know what? I forgot. This is, we're updated. Well, these are my positions. That's why. Let me go to a Holly channel. Let's open up the Holly Grail channel. And so what Manit is asking about is he wants to know with the Holly AI, in your P&L window right here, this shows you how the P&L is based on 3 different modes. I could toggle through here. There's aggressive mode, conservative mode, and moderate mode. Okay. Now, this is essentially what risk on, risk off was. We just name it something differently now. Okay. So if you're familiar with the old way we used to do it before we updated the software, let's start with conservative first. So the conservative mode, this was the same thing as risk off. Okay. And what conservative mode shows you, the P&L here shows you what your P&L would be if you'd gotten into every trade that Holly got into and also exited at the same prices and times as she exited. Okay. That's what conservative means. That's what risk off used to mean. Okay. If I go to the moderate mode, this is what risk on used to mean. And guys, and if you're not familiar with the risk on, risk off, don't worry about it. That's an old way we used to do the software. Don't worry about it. But Manit sounds like he's been here a while or been around before. So we've changed some of the terms, but it's still the same concept. So now with moderate mode, what that means is, and this was the old risk on mode, it means you took the trade when Holly got in, same time and same price, but instead of exiting when she exits, you're going to hold that trade all the way until the end of the day, no matter what. However, there is one small caveat. Well, it's not a small caveat, it's a big caveat. That caveat is you're still honoring the stop loss level, right? We never want to take big losses. I don't care what time frame you trade on. I don't care if you're a day trader, a swing trader, or a long-term investor. You never want to take a big loss, all right? So in moderate mode, this is showing you the P&L if you hold every trade, or if you hold the trades all the way to the end of the day, unless the stop loss level gets hit. That'll still be honored. So that was the old risk on. And finally, aggressive is the third mode. Don't really recommend anyone trade this way, but we put it here because people want to see it. Aggressive mode is what your P&L would be had you got into every trade that Holly got into, and you hold that trade all the way to the end of the day, no caveats, meaning you're not going to honor the stop loss. You are absolutely holding that thing, ride or die all the way to the end of the trading day. I don't recommend anyone do that, by the way, but that's what that is. So Manit, I hope that answered your question about the risk on, risk off. They've just been renamed. Conservative is the old risk off, and moderate is the old risk on. Yeah. Okay. So you've seen some of our old videos on YouTube. Yeah. Unfortunately, YouTube, YouTube is like the elephant. It never forgets. So you'll find, if you do enough searching on YouTube, you'll find old videos from many, many years ago that show our software in older versions. And look, we're coming out with new versions of our software on a monthly basis. There's new updates. Most of the updates are subtle and you don't notice any major changes, but every so often there are some big changes. In fact, we have a big update coming pretty soon, our version 5.5, which is going to have some new docking window functionality, which will fundamentally change the way you view layouts on Trade Ideas, which is pretty cool. All right, so let's see. How to build a scanner with this criteria. Daily chart. You know what? Okay, before I get into that, Manit, I skipped over Siki. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm guessing that's Kentucky. Some guy in Kentucky. You had a question. I'm looking to set up a scanner or edit your scanner from pre-market to post-market. I want to see only a 10% gapper from the close of the same day, not the previous day. Well, a gap by definition, Mr. Siki, Kentucky, a gap. The definition of a gap is the change of price from yesterday's close to today's open. So we can certainly show you a stock that is up a minimum of 10% in the pre-market from yesterday's close. See, I only want to see a 10% gapper from the close of same day. Okay, so you want to see it in the after hours session. Is that what you're saying? You want to see a stock that's up 10% in the after hours? Okay, not sure. Let me see. We have an after hours channel here. So let's go down here and see what that looks like. It's not a channel I spend a whole lot of time on, so forgive me if I fumble around here. So let's do this. Let's look at this. Let's go under the hood of this top list here. Let's see what some of the filters are. Let's hide unused. Okay, well, we have a change from the close filter, but I have a feeling that that's going to be a change from the previous day's close, not today's close. I don't believe that's going to show you the change from... So let's pretend that it's now 4:30 p.m. Eastern time right now. The market closed 30 minutes ago. And you're on here and you're looking at this top list and... Well, wait a second. Change post-market percent right there. We do have a filter for that. My bad. Oh, so I didn't have the filter, but it's just showing up as a column. So this is what you would do, Manit. You would go to if you're building a top list, it's looking at stocks that are up the most in the after hours session. You go to the search tab in the search terms box. Let's type in change post market. Okay, that's not showing up. Wait, hold on. Let's try something different. Forget the shorthand. Change. Let's see what we have in all these different changes. There it is. Change post market. Okay, change post market filter or percent. So if you were to highlight that filter, click add filter, and then that brings you to the window specific filters tab where you could see all the different filters you are either using or have it displayed as a column. In the min box here, you would type 0.10. Now, if I check my work here by clicking the little show me button, it's going to tell me. Oh, it doesn't tell me in plain English. Sometimes it tells you in plain English. Sometimes it shows you a graph. So that doesn't really make my point. But trust me, this will show you a stock that's up 10%. Actually, I probably have to use the whole number 10, not a 0.10, because this is already in percentage terms. So if I set a minimum of 10 there, then it's going to show me all stocks that are up at least 10% in the after market or the post market session. All right, Mr. Apparel KY, Kentucky. I hope that answers that question. Let me know if you need any more clarification. All right, let's go back to Manit. How to build a scanner with this criteria. Daily chart. Okay, well, daily chart's not part of the scanner, but we can have a daily chart, certainly. Market cap above 2 billion. Channel breakout confirmed. I saw there are some symbols for breakout above confirmed or breakdown confirmed. I wonder if you are talking about our premium RBI, GBI signals. Does this sound familiar to you, Manit? Let me know if that's what you're talking about. But we can certainly build a scanner that gets you close to this. So let's do this. Let's do I'm going to go to new and I'm going to open up a... I think you're going to want to do an alert window because you're looking for a breakout. So let's do an alert window. The breakout will be the signal. That'll be the alert, right? I'm going to start from scratch. Got to make sure I double click start from scratch and get this little orange arrow showing. Then I'm going to go to the search tab, which, by the way, for any of you who have never built a top list or alert window, this will be instructed to you as well. So in the search box, if I just were to scroll here, you'll see all the alerts and filters that Trade Ideas has available. There are hundreds of them. Okay, I don't expect you to scroll through all this stuff, hunting and pecking and looking for what you need. The key thing to do is just go in a search terms box and type in keywords. Okay, so to build a scanner, you're looking for a market cap above 2 billion. So let's start there. All right, I'm going to type in market cap. And I'll find my market cap filters. We'll do market cap right there, dollars. So I'm going to highlight this. I'm going to hit add filter. That brings me over to the window specific filters tab. Market cap is highlighted here. I'm going to set a minimum value, in this case, 2 billion. I heard we could do B's now. Is that true? Let me just check here. No, that didn't work. Okay, so I got to put in all the zeros, right? So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So that's going to be 2 billion. Pretty sure. Yep. Show me stocks where the market cap is at least 2 billion. All right. So that's the first step. we got that set up for you. And then a channel breakout. So if that's the only filter you have, like, by the way, you're going to want to add more filters, okay? And let me just do a quick little diversion here for those of you who are seeing this for the first time. You can add any number of filters to a top list or an alert window. In this case, it's an alert window. And every filter you add will dial in the opportunities to the types of stocks you're most interested in trading. So if we're looking at stocks with a $2 billion market cap, they probably have a minimum price of at least 10. So we'll just put a random number in there. We'll say minimum price of 10. You don't have to have a minimum price, but let's just do that. And you might want to might only be interested in stocks that, have high volumes on a typical day, right? So if I type in volume, I could do like average daily volume, 3 months. Okay. I want to add this filter and I want to require that this stock does at least, I don't know, we'll say 500,000 shares a day. That's an arbitrary number. You can choose a number that's higher or lower than that. And I could keep adding more and more filters. You get the point. But the point is, or the big point is that the more filters you add, the more dialed in your alert window will be. It's only going to show you stocks that meet your specific criteria so you could confidently act upon them if you want to. All right. So anyway, going back to you a minute, we have the 2 billion market cap minimum. So there you go. And then now let's go to the back to the search tab, and we want to find the breakout. You're looking for a channel breakout. I'm not sure if we have something out of the box specifically called channel breakout. Oh, look, we do. Beautiful. Channel breakout confirmed. Exactly what you were looking for. So you can actually choose both of these alerts: a breakout, so that means stock's going up, or a breakdown, meaning stock's going down. You could choose both of these. I could highlight both, hit add alerts. That brings me to the select alerts tab. And then boom, you just place checks in each of those boxes to make sure those alerts are active. And then you're good to go. Okay. If I go over to the, I'll quickly go through these other tabs so that's instructional to the rest of you. But the exchanges tab is set as by default. It basically just scans against the big stock exchanges in the US, the New York, the NASDAQ, the American Stock Exchange. You can additionally search pink sheets, bulletin boards, BATS, the small exchange, or even Canadian exchanges if you want. But these are the 4 that most people use, so we'll just leave that. We'll skip over symbol lists for now, but you can actually add an existing list and have your top list only pull stocks from the 420 index if you want it, right? Which is marijuana stocks. Okay, but we're just going to leave this as all symbols. Columns is where you set how your window will look once you launch it. These are the columns you have currently set to display. If you want to bring any more, you can pull them over from the right side. I'll add the market cap and average daily volume here. Just highlight both and hit the left arrow. That brings them over. There you go. And here's the summary tab. You can name this window. I could call this mega cap breakouts, right? Or we call it whatever we want, but we'll just call it that. And then once I'm good, this is the summary of what we have. Oops. I'll go ahead and hit OK, and that will launch the alert window. And here we go. I can move it over here. I could resize it. This is the most recent symbol to come through, the CRSR. Came through just a moment ago. And so you could play around with that a minute. Every alert window and top list takes some trial and error, some experimentation before you dial it in the way you want. But hopefully that'll work for you. Okay, so in this case, I believe this is an intraday breakout, but we can change that. If I right-click in this window and go back to the configuration, if I go to the Select Alerts tab, you know what? Let's do this. Actually, let's do this. Let's go here. Let's bring up those alerts again, because this is another little thing that'll be helpful for a lot of people who are new. Whenever you see an alert or a filter and that you're not quite sure what it does, how it's calculated, that kind of thing, what the inputs and outputs are, you can highlight it and click this little help button right here. This help button is going to launch a web browser. That once it fully loads, it takes a few seconds to dial in right to the exact filter you're looking for. But there we go. You will find, here's a channel breakout confirmed, and you'll find a very robust definition of what this particular alert or filter is doing. So let's read through this here real quick. Okay, it's not telling me what I was looking for. I wanted to know what I put in the qualifier box, if that can make that be a 1 day breakout or an intraday breakout. I know that's what you're asking there, Minute. So let's experiment here. I'm going to close this window down. I'm going to go to my alerts tab. I'm going to put a number in here. Let's put, I don't know, 20. Okay, I'll put 20 for both of them. And then let's go into the history and see what kind of alerts we got when we had that set to 20. So my hope is that that's going to show us a 20-day breakout. So let's check it out. Let's go to history. Let's do today. Okay, it looks like when I put a number in, it's doing hours. See the description here, 20 hours, 19 hours. Channel breakdown. It's telling you what type of breakdown it is. 2 days, 18 hours. Okay, let's just change this filter again. I'm curious for myself now. Let's go in here. Let's change that to 100. Let's just see what that does. Oops. 100. We'll go to history, all. Might take a moment here to load in the history. Not getting much to load here in the history. Let's maybe just do previous trading day. Let's see if that's a little easier. It might be that my putting in 200 just doesn't work. I might have broke it with the 200. So I think what we're learning here, Manit, is that Sean does not know the answer to whether or not this is a intraday and can it be set up as a multi-day. Let's just change this number to like a simple 4. I want to see if this is going to give us a 4-day breakout. And then after this, if it doesn't work, then I got another idea for you. Well, look at that. I mean, it is saying 4 days. So that tells me maybe we're on to something here. Let's do history today. Let's see, some of these are 2 days. 2 days. 41 minutes. 14 minutes. Yeah. So Minute, I'm not sure if this alert can be used to show you a channel breakout on a daily time frame. So in this case, if that's very important to you and that's something you want, I would recommend you send us an email, tradeIdeas.com. I'm sending the email in there, info@trade-ideas.com. If you send an email there, tell them what you're looking for. What is likely to happen is there might be a way to get that to you with a custom formula. Actually, no, because this is an alert. Well, someone smarter than me might be able to tell you how to figure that out. That's where I'm trying to go with that. So and that's for anybody, guys. That email address right there, info@trade-ideas.com. You can send us emails there any day of the week, nights and weekends, and you can generally expect to get answered within 24 hours. Certainly, if it's after hours, you can expect to get answered within 24 hours. If it's during business hours, Monday through Friday, you could probably expect an answer much quicker. But just to finish this thought, Minute, there might be a way to backdoor this. So let's go back into the configure here. And what you might want to play around with is the position in range filter. So if I use position in range, and let's say you're looking for a 20-day breakout, right? So if I use the position in 20-day range filter, hit add filter, and let's say I use a minimum of 100 or a maximum of a maximum of 0. What this is going to do is, if I couple this with a new high alert, okay, and I didn't set that up yet. or if I add like a new high or a new low alert intraday, what's going to happen is I'm only going to get alerted on a stock that's making a new high if it's also above its 20-day range. So by definition, that's a stock breaking out of its 20-day range. On the flip side, I'll also get alerted if the stock's making a new low if it's breaking down below the range of the previous 20 days. So check this out. If I, in plain English, you can see price is at least 100% above the low of the range. That's just the way our computer does that. Or the price is below the low of the range. So there you go. You're going to get alerted a new high or new low whenever a stock is above or below the 20-day range. And so let's go back to the search tab real quick and let's type in new high and new low. I want these alerts. Highlight those, hit add alerts. I'm going to activate those alerts. I'm going to turn off the channel bar, channel breakouts. And then you could set an intraday alert like that, or you could just do it like this, 20-day breakout. That'll work as well. Sure. So, and it's asking, okay, I've got this thing dialed in the way I want it. How do I save it so I can always access it? There's a couple of ways. The best way, I'll just show you the best way. Anytime you create an alert window or topless or any window on Trade Ideas and you want to be able to have access to it at any time from anywhere on any computer, anywhere in the world, all you got to do is save this window to your cloud. So to do that, you just right click in the window, choose Save or Share to Cloud. There's the name, Mega Cap Breakouts, and then I hit Save. Now that window is in my cloud. So check this out. If I'm ever on like a different layout and you want to open up this window, all you simply do is in your channel bar, you could click the My Cloud button right here, or in your TI menu bar, you could do File, Load from Cloud. It'll take you to the same place. It takes you right here. And look at that. There's Mega Cap Breakouts right there at the top. But let's say it wasn't at the top of your screen. You're like, scroll down here. You can see, by the way, I mean, look at the dates and some of these things. Going back to 2017. Everything I've ever saved in my cloud is available here. I never lose it unless I actually go in and manually delete it, which you can. But let's say I'm lost in here. I don't see the thing I'm looking for. If I just type in Mega Cap in the box up here, there it's going to find it. So there's my Mega Cap Breakouts. I could highlight it. Excuse me. I could highlight it, hit load, and it's going to open up another window. I already have one open, but it's going to open up a second window of it. Okay? So that's how you would always be able to access it minute. Now, another thing you might want to do is you might want to save this to your layout. Let's say this is a custom layout you're building and you've added this Mega Cap Breakouts alert window. Let's stretch out a little bit. And let's say you got it exactly the way you want it. It's showing here on your layout and you want to always have access to it. Great. Or you always want it to be part of this layout. Just make sure you save this layout before you move away from it. Because if I click a different channel, for instance, right now, if I click on, let's say, the Wall Street Bets channel, and then I come back to this after hours channel, which is what we're on, this will be lost. This won't be here, okay? Because every time you click on a channel in your channel bar, it's always going to load exactly the same way as the original settings, okay? So if I have this and I want this to be a layout that I can always access and I want the Mega Cap Breakouts to always be here, you got to go in and go to your TI menu bar and hit File and hit Save Layout. And give it a name. We'll call this one Minutes Layout and hit Save. And now, remember what this looks like. This is the, we're calling this Minutes Layout now. Now I'm going to change channels. I'm going to go to the Wall Street Bets channel. And you'll notice if I go back to the original After Hours channel, which is where we were, where I made those changes. If I go back to the original After Hours channel, it's going to look the way it did, but it doesn't have that alert window that we just created for a minute, right? It's not there. I got to open up my own custom layout. And to do that, I go to my TI menu bar, File, Load Layout, and I find Minutes Layout right there. I got a bunch of layouts in here, but there's the one I'm looking for. Highlight it, hit open, and here it is. Here's the After Hours channel, but with my custom flavor to it. All right. I hope that was instructional for you, Minute, and for everyone else who's been playing around with creating layouts. That was a good thread to go down, so thanks, Minute. So I notice there's 85 people in this room right now. That's more than when we started. So For those of you who joined me late, this is the live Trade Ideas Q&A session. We're going until the top of the hour, so I got about 25 minutes left to hang out with you. This is your chance to ask any questions about how to use certain features of the platform. So any question you have at all, whether it's super beginner or super expert level, throw it in here and I'll do my best to tackle it. Although full disclosure, I'm probably not the best person to ask the super technical stuff at. I'm what's called a simpleton in this world, in the trading world. I've been trading for 23 years and I've survived trading 23 years by keeping it simple. That's what's worked for me. Whenever I try to overcomplicate things, the end result in almost every case is I lose money. For a variety of reasons. It's not the same reason every time, but when you get things too overcomplicated, there's too many moving parts. There's too many things to remember. There's too many steps to take. For me, I keep things super simple. So these days, I'm primarily a swing trader. I also primarily use options. I do trade the occasional stocks, but I'm primarily an options trader these days. I'm not saying that trading options is better than trading stocks. I'm not saying that at all. It's just what works for me at this stage of my life, at this stage of my trading life. All right, in the channel bar, there is strength alerts. What is the strength alert actually does? How is the strength number calculated? Well, I can't tell you how it's calculated. It's a proprietary algorithm, but Manit's asking about the strength alerts channel, which is a new channel. This is a new feature we just rolled out recently for those of you. For everyone who's a Trade Ideas subscriber, if you already subscribe to Trade Ideas software, then you get the strength alerts included in your subscription completely free. For those of you who are not Trade Ideas software subscribers, and I know there's a few of you here because this live Q&A is open to everybody, you can just subscribe to the Strength Alerts newsletter for $17 a month, and you'll get the email every weekend, or I'm not sure exactly what time it comes, but it comes before the market opens on Monday, that's for sure. And the email looks like this. This window here is basically the email that goes out to the subscribers of the email list. And it tells you the rationale behind getting into these 5 different stocks. Every week it's 5 different stocks, okay? It's 5 picks of stocks that are great swing trade candidates. Now, I will share the link here for those of you who are interested in a little bit of rationale behind it. Here's the TI strength alerts. Okay, so I just put the link there in the chat panel. You could go there and I'll give you a little bit more rationale of how this is done. It's not going to give you the nuts and bolts minute, again, because it is a proprietary indicator. But you can see the performance of the TI strength alerts. It was back tested for 4 years and then forward tested for the last year before we launched it publicly. And you could see that the performance of this, of the way they did it. So basically the way they did the back test of the performance is every week they bought the 5 symbols that make up the TI strength alert that week. They bought all 5 symbols. They're always long trades, by the way. They bought the 5 symbols at the open on Monday, and they held those trades all the way until the following Monday, at which point they exited at the open on Monday and then entered the 5 new symbols for that week. How simple is that, guys? You buy 5 stocks on Monday morning, you go to sleep for the week, you come back next Monday morning, you sell them all, whether you're up or down, and then buy the new ones and rotate into the new ones. Now, I'm not saying that's the best way to trade this. You can certainly trade it with your own risk management parameters, and you can certainly hold them for longer than a week if you want. I mean, to each their own. But if you go to that link that I shared with you, you'll see the performance. That performance is based on just buying on Monday and selling it the following Monday. And you can see that performance is pretty phenomenal, especially for such a low touch indicator. Okay, I see a question about Brokerage Plus from Asiri. Let's open up my Brokerage Plus window here. There we go. Manit, I believe the profit return and win rate is all on that link that I shared you. If it's not there, then we don't publish it. But that's where you would find it. Okay, so a series asking about Brokerage Plus. He says, when you're trying to set up a long position under position sizing, if you set up based on stop loss and enter a value, do you have to set up a stop loss too? Yes, you do. So what a series is asking about is in my Brokerage Plus window here, I'm going to go to my strategies tab. This is a little bit more advanced for some of you. So if this is over your head, don't worry. This is not something you need to figure out on day one, but this is for people who are auto trading strategies within Brokerage Plus with their connected brokerage accounts. So let's say I got this long trade, swing trade buys strategy right here. These are my two strategies, these ones that are in white. I got a swing trade buys and a swing trade short. So if I was auto trading this strategy, and I wanted to change the parameters, first of all, I right click on it and I go edit trading strategy. And so a Siri is asking about position sizing and stop losses. So the great thing about auto trading with trade ideas is that we can make it super simple for you to size your positions properly so that you're only risking a predetermined amount before you get into any trade. So let's start here. Let's go to risk management. Okay. The first thing you want to do is you want to go to the risk management tab and you want to use stop loss. You want to place a check into this box right here, the stop loss box, and you could choose percent, dollars, whatever. Just use percent. And I've got it set right now to 5%. So the first thing is that any stock that I get into with this swing trade buy strategy, my stop loss level is automatically going to be set at 5% of the way from my entry price. So let's keep the math simple. Let's say I'm buying a stock that's trading at $100 a share. My stop loss will then be at $95, right? Because 95 is 5% away from 100. Okay. So that's the first step. I got to figure out where my stop loss is going to be. So I've done that. Now I go to the order details tab, and for position sizing, I'm using based on stop loss, which is the one I recommend. And so choose based on stop loss. And then this value here, this risk value, this is where you set how many dollars you're willing to risk on your trade. So I have it set that I'm willing to risk $200 on every trade. Okay, so if my stop loss were to get hit, I will lose approximately $200. And so the Brokerage Plus is going to do all the calculations for me. It's going to buy the appropriate amount of shares such that if my stop loss level gets hit, I will lose $200. So on a $100 stock where the stop loss is $5 away, in this case, it's going to do the math. 200 divided by 5 is 40. So it's going to buy me 40 shares. Okay. Now on a $15 stock, it might buy you a lot more shares. It might buy you, I don't know, I'm just making up numbers here. It might buy you 2,000 shares. At the end of the day, all that matters is that based on where your stop loss is, if your stop loss gets hit, you're going to lose $200 hard money cash. All right. So that's how you set that up, Asiri. Okay. So Manit, if you're using Holly AI, that's a little bit of a different step. So let's go here. In this case, if you're using Holly AI, you can, by the way, for those of you who don't know, you can auto trade the Holly AI. You go to the Holly AI tab here in Brokerage Plus, and then these are all the available strategies within the AI right now. You can see right now in this column it says off. I have it turned off. I'm not trading anything right now. Okay, but if I were to turn it on, well, before I turn it on, I want to make sure I got my parameters set. So let's just highlight just all the long strategies because for some reason we make this different steps for the longs and the shorts. If I highlight all my long bias strategies and I right click and choose edit long trading instructions, here for position sizing, I just use based on stop loss. And here I set the same thing. I could set this to 300 or 500 or whatever it is. But it's going to make it so that if my stop loss gets hit on an AI trade, I'm going to lose $500, right? Or I can set it to 200. 200 is my comfort level, so let's just stick there. All right. So if my stop loss were to get hit in moderate mode, I will lose $200. Now, if you want to know where your stop loss level is on any Holly AI trade. That's easy to find. If we go to the Holly channel, let's just go to the Holly Grail channel. And there's a couple of ways you can see the stop loss. The easiest way is just by clicking on a symbol that she's traded and look at the chart. Here's the 5-minute chart. You can see the stop loss level shown on the chart. In this case, it's 710. This is a short position. So if the stock goes up to 710, you can see where the stop loss level is. That's where it gets out. And Holly AI knows all this stuff going in. All right, so it's going to size your positions accordingly. So all you need to worry about is just making sure that you set if you're using based on stop loss, you just want to make sure you got the dollars set at what you're comfortable losing. Now you have a couple other options here for position size. You can do fixed dollars, which basically means if I set this to say 5,000, this means that whatever Holly trade she gets into, if in this case, if it's a long trade, she's going to buy as many shares as she can with $5,000. Okay. So if it's a $50 stock, she'll buy 100 shares. Okay. If it's a $100 stock, she'll buy 50 shares. That's what the fixed dollar position sizing is. Yeah, that's not a bad one. It's not ideal, but you can certainly do that. You could also do fixed shares, which I don't recommend. You like say I want to buy 100 shares of every trade. I don't recommend that because look, 100 shares of Amazon trading at $3,000 a share is a lot different than 100 shares of this stock here, this EFOI, which is a $5 stock, right? Those are two vastly different positions and sizing. So I don't recommend the fixed shares. It's there because I know there's a lot of old school traders that like to trade in fixed lot sizes. But I strongly recommend using the based on stop loss because this way, every trade you get into, your risk level is consistent across every trade. So whether you're trading Amazon or a penny stock, you know that whatever trade you're in, and if you're wrong and your stop loss gets hit, you're going to lose $100. Okay? To me, that's a huge peace of mind. That way I could trade or treat each trade similarly, at least from risk management points of view, right? Hope that makes sense. Manit in a Siri. Looks like your questions are all answered. So it looks like we're caught up on questions, which is great. We got about 10 or so more minutes left. So guys, if you're sitting on any questions, some of you I haven't heard from yet, now's the time. I see there's over 80 people in this room right now. So trust me, if you got a question, even if it's a beginner's level question, please don't be shy. I promise you there's somebody else in this room who will benefit from the answer to your question. So we all benefit from questions. In the meantime, what's the market doing today? I'm going to go to my layout here. This is the layout that I typically keep open throughout the day as I'm trading. I got a SPY chart up here just to keep an eye on the overall market. And looks like we're just kind of in Friday's range, in the middle of Friday's range, not really doing much. I mean, we're gliding down, but certainly, I mean, no need to get worried unless we start breaking this level. Then start having my attention, I think. Manit, just go to if you want to live chat with our billing department, just go to our website, which is, I'll put the link in here, trade-ideas.com. Go to that website and you'll find our live chat button there. I think it's on the bottom right of the web page. Basically, any page you're at on our homepage, you'll find it's a little orange button. In fact, here I'll show you. Let's open up trade-ideas.com. So here's our homepage, and once this fully loads here, there will be a support button. Here it is. So it'll be right here in the bottom right corner. If you just click through this and you go to ask, you will find our chat button right there. Okay. Kai, good question. I do not have an ETA on when Thinkorswim will be integrated into Brokerage Plus. Right now, the only brokerages we have, you can see here, are E-Trade and Interactive Brokers. Those are the two that are working right now. We are working on the Thinkorswim integration. And in fact, we were very close to an integration with them just a couple months ago. And then we found a series of very concerning bugs that needed to be fixed. And I don't know what the status is on that, to be honest. I'm not a developer. I know that they're working on it. And I know they hit some snags and they were pretty disappointed about that. But I don't have an ETA on when that will be ready. Hopefully soon. We have a lot of customers who use Thinkorswim and TD Ameritrade who would love this feature. And believe me, we know you want it and we want to give it to you, but we don't want to give you a product that doesn't work, right? Especially when we're talking about real money here. We don't want you losing money because of bugs in our system. So hopefully we'll get that fixed soon. We'll get that going soon. Minit, I appreciate your flattery, but that could not be further from the truth. We have a great team here of traders and support staff at Trade Ideas, many of whom are far more advanced with the software than I am, which brings up a good point. We do these live Q&As every trading day starting at noon Eastern for 1 hour every trading day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, and we rotate around who handles that. So I usually do Mondays. Although I won't be here next Monday. I'm taking a little paid time off, little personal vacation, little extended weekend, so to speak, next week. So I won't be here on Monday. Chris Varley will be filling in for me next Monday. And by the way, he's great. One of our newest hires at Trade Ideas, and he's just killing it. Super smart guy, super great at customer support, and super smart with the software. So you'll probably be in better hands with Chris next week. But then throughout the week, we have different people. So Tuesdays is now Michael, Wednesdays is Steve, Thursdays is Jamie, Fridays is usually Andy. Chris kind of mixes in sometimes to fill in or just give somebody a break. So lots of great people here that are very smart, and we all have different levels of experience, not only with trading, but with the software. So we all have different points of view and different ways of doing things. So you could benefit and learn from all of us in unique ways. Well, thanks again, Manit, but I lose hands down to Barry. Barry is a saint among saints. He's the king saint among saints when it comes to support and experience and patience working with people. I mean, he's amazing. Barry is amazing. Barry runs, for those of you who don't know, Barry runs our live trading room, which simulcasts right here live on this YouTube channel that you're on right now. So you don't need to change the channel when I'm done here. You could come to this YouTube link anytime during market hours every day of the week or every trading day. When we're not doing the Q&A for this 1 hour, the rest of the time we're simulcasting Barry's live trading room, which if you don't know, the live trading room is Barry. You're basically looking over the shoulder of an actual trader using Trade Ideas technology to guide his trading decisions throughout the trading day. He's a real trader with real money, doing real trades, using Trade Ideas software to help him get into great trades. So that's an incredible resource. It's completely free. Anybody can hang out and be a part of that room. He's got between the YouTube simulcast where you guys can see it, as well as in the room itself, he's got somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 to 600 people tuned in live all day long. So he does take questions. He does his best to answer them when he can. But as you can imagine, as a live trader, he's busy trading. And with 600 people, he can't possibly answer everyone's questions if they're all peppering him all at once. But he does his best job as he can. And like I said, he's a saint. And he's got patience beyond patience. So the live trading room is fantastic. If you guys are still learning Trade Ideas software or still on the fence whether or not you want to subscribe to Trade Ideas software, hang out here on this channel, bookmark this link. You can click this link, one click and you're in anytime during the trading day, and you can see the software in action. It's a fantastic resource. There are no other live rooms, Kai. This channel here is the live trading room hosted by Barry. That's the only trading room that we run. And it's completely free. And you don't need to be a Trade Ideas subscriber to hang out in the trading room. In fact, there are many who hang out and are not Trade Ideas subscribers. And that's okay. All are welcome. The more the merrier. We just want to have a good community of traders, and that's what Barry has fostered there, and it's great. What are the meme stocks doing today? I haven't really looked. Let's pull up GameStop. Kind of not doing anything. Kind of sideways. AMC. Oh, AMC's doing well. What are the other ones? COS. I forget. Well, I'm not trading the meme stocks. I forget which ones are part of the whole thing. Is Copen one of them? Evry. Yeah, I mean, other than AMC seems to be the big one that's really doing stuff today. I know this one's been getting killed. I think this was one of the meme stocks, and now this one's getting killed today. Anyway, I'm going off the beaten path here because we've run out of questions, and I got 4 minutes left to hang out with you guys. So I'm issuing my last call for questions. Last call for questions. If you're sitting on a question, you got 3 minutes to get it in here so I could tackle it. Yeah, I don't know anything about this Gove. It's not going the way you want it to if you're bullish. I know that. We do not work with DAS. I don't believe they're on the timeline anytime soon to be added. But you are not the first person to ask about DAS. The priorities right now are getting Thinkorswim, TD Ameritrade up for new ones at least. Getting that one up. Hopefully Tasty Works is high on that list. We've been in talks with them, kind of waiting on them to get their API available for us. Those are probably the highest priorities right now. Manit, if you're not hearing any audio alerts when Holly gets into a trade, it means you have them turned off in some way. Sometimes people get screwed up because they, in their TI menu bar up here, see this little, what do you call that, megaphone? Some people have that toggled off. I don't know how that happens. Sometimes it happens by accident, but make sure at least that it's showing that is on. Okay, that's the first step. Because nothing else will work no matter what if that's not on. So you want to make sure that audio megaphone thing is turned on. Now, if your Holly AI, when a trade happens, so for those of you who don't know, this is the open trades window, this is the closed trades window. Whenever a new trade happens, it'll pop into these windows, whether it's an over or close, and a little audio alert can go off. If you're not hearing an audio alert, just right-click in any one of these windows and go to Actions, and make sure you got a check in the box next to Play Sound. Okay, then you could go in the Setup Sound and select different types of sounds you want. Use a custom sound from your computer. But the key thing is you want to make sure there's a check in that box next to Play Sound. If you don't have that, make sure you check that box. Now, if you do have that checked, if that box is checked and you got this thing toggled on and you're still not hearing anything, and I assume your audio is working because you can hear me talking. So if you're still not hearing a sound, then something's up. And maybe there's a bug, or maybe there's something else. You're going to need one of our expert technicians to troubleshoot with you. So in that case, you're going to want to send us an email, info@trade-ideas.com. And one of our expert technicians who knows their ins and outs of computers can figure out what's going on with your system. Because it's probably some setting on your system that is interfering with your hearing that sound. Fidelity, also not, I don't believe Fidelity's on the roadmap at this time. But look, at the end of the day, ultimately, we want to have a solution where we can connect to every brokerage, regardless of who you trade through. And the technology is certainly there, but it requires A, some building, B, some API access from the variety of brokerages. So, I don't have any ETAs on any of that stuff. I just know that the other one that we don't have now that we're working on right now currently is TD Ameritrade Thinkorswim. But I have no idea on an ETA on when that could be expected. All right, folks, I'm going to pass this room back to Barry now. Barry's going to take over in the live trading room. This brings our Q&A to a close for today. But come on back tomorrow, same time, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. It'll be Michael tomorrow, and you can come back any day during the week. And like I said, I'll be off next Monday, so I won't be here next week. But you'll be in good hands, trust me. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Kai. Thank you, IfTuber. Thank you, Manit, Grant, all you guys. Thanks for the questions. Thanks for making this instructive. I am now going to pass you back to Barry. Have a great trading day, everybody, and a great trading week. I'll talk to you soon.
I don't know if they can hear me yet. Okay, so as an example, this SLGG, a pullback on the winners, but the market doing what it's doing. What is it, shortable? It is shortable. But again, I look at this 5-minute chart. It looks like there's some pretty decent support, not that far away. Famous last words as it's just taking another dive down, SLGG. All right, guys, so you can hear me in YouTube. Great. Yeah, so Lena, this is what you'll have to do, unfortunately. The Trader of the Week, the only thing I can suggest, I'm talking to somebody in our, call it the main room, check your spam. I don't know if you're using Gmails, but number one, check your spam folder. Also, if you're using Gmail, you might want to check your promotions folder. All right, it may be going there. If you're not using Gmail, I don't know what, there must be something equivalent to promotions with most email programs. But I would check there first, okay? Yahoo Mail, okay, so I don't know. Wow, Yahoo Mail. Sorry. You people still exist. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I don't know. So check your spam, okay, in Yahoo Mail and see if it's there. It's possible it's going there. If that fails, if you cannot find it, then I'm going to send you to our homepage. I'll give you the homepage link. And just tell them, and they may have to check your account and see what's going on, okay? Sometimes they can add you manually, but please check your spam folders or some other, maybe if they have a promotional folder within Yahoo, something like that. Sometimes they go there. If not, go to the homepage, start a live chat. Make sure you give them the email address that you use to sign up for it. And they can check to see what's happening, okay? The other thing you can do, if you want to, I'm not too active in Twitter, but at bmaroon44, I do post the trade of the week Monday morning for the market opens. And there's my Twitter at bmaroon44, okay? And you don't have to worry about, as I call them, lots of nonsensical tweets. At least I don't think they're nonsensical. It's just trade idea stuff, okay? That's it. All right, guys, maybe keep an eye on the wish. I'm completely out of this. This has been a tough one, in my opinion. I'm completely out of this one. It's been very choppy. But they, quote unquote, they got a hold of it and popped it to 15.17 or so last week. So kind of basing a little bit. Let's see how it closes out. See if it can maintain this, but it's been very choppy. And NRBO just opened. So that was a long halt. That was a 15-minute halt for NRBO. So congratulations, anybody who happened to get into it before the halt. Now look at it rip here, guys. This is I would say this is going to get halted again. I'm not saying to get it. I'm not saying to take it right now. But this looks like it's going to get halted again. I'll be really surprised if it's not halted again. And there it is. Nope, not quite. It's got to be halted. I'm sure it's, I mean, it's not trading now, so it's, there it is. There's the halt, guys. So my crystal ball was correct. So there's the NRBO halted again. Let's say if you had the whatevers to take this right here. And there's the NXTD. So this is the one I shied away from because just I didn't like this 127 here. I didn't find it clean enough on the weekly chart. But again, I was wrong. A couple of those, well, wrong. I mean, it's what I see. Doesn't mean it's going to stall there, but look at the volume. You know, the volume is just big, 5.5 times normal right now. Ah, stop it. Look at this WPG just made another new intraday high. Ooh, AVXL right back up. Now this was a challenge. Look at this. I mean, it got all the way down to 1835, but now it's starting to romp again, guys. Spread isn't bad. 1937.39. Spread's not bad. Just made a new high, intraday high right there, 1940. But you're sort of in chase mode. But I mean, this was really choppy. But look at the room. That's the big thing. You know, if this closes well, I tell you, this could have an interesting day tomorrow. A lot of traders are going to be looking at that high a few months ago of 28.66. Man, you have no idea how I'm having to hold my, let's see, my finger back from pressing that buy button on the WPG. My index figure, that's what I wanted to say. And there goes the AVXL, guys. It did just make another new high. But it's very whippy. Very, very whippy. Ooh, BlackBerry's taking a bit of a header here. BB taking a header. Right here, look at this. Look at this candle right there. FireEye. Okay, I'll take a look at FireEye. Why not? Haven't seen this one for a while. Big security play, I guess. Yeah. Big float, 231 million in the float. Takes a bunch to move it. I mean, it's up. You know, I mean, it's moving. Don't get me wrong, it's moving. But I look here, 22. I mean, it looks like there's a lot of resistance just over 22. You know, it's not trading abnormally at all. 0.6 of what it would normally do. So it's up a little bit, but you're right. It just went positive after being down. Yeah, it would have worked on WPG for sure. Close your eyes, hit the buy button, and start praying. Yes. The problem is, for every one of them works, 5 may not, and that could just destroy you. So that's why. Yeah, but BlackBerry is not a hardware play anymore. It's a software play. They haven't. So it's nothing to do with their hardware, their ancient hardware. All right, guys. Those of you who held on to NRBO. We just got we just opened, and it looks like, wow, what the heck is the news on them? Anybody see any news? I don't see any news for NRBO other than it's going up. Low float. I don't know if this is a WSB stock. I really don't know. I haven't seen that before with them, but if Playboy closes below 38.77, let's take a look at Playboy. Haha. Yeah, I mean, look, 37.84 or so. I guess that's the low. Is that 37.77 is the low today, I guess. Yeah, it has to be. It's the first day of the week. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's certainly weakening. I must have had something in here. I got to flatten that out. Must have had something in here. I didn't realize. What the heck? Well, NXTD is on the move. I mean, so we had the alert at 115 from the option scanner. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it'll just keep going. Up 29%. So that came in the option scanner and also in the momentum scanner. So a couple of, and in the basic new highs and lows. So a lot of confirmation on the NXTD. Let's take a look at GSAT from Zach. Whoops. Really? Yeah, I was going to say. So this is one of the SPACs, right? GSA. Yeah, this is SPAC. So what is it doing? Yeah. Wow. Right up, right back down. Who are they trying to take over? Yeah, you got to be so careful on these. I mean, look at this. I mean, right up, right back down. I mean, no. See this a lot, you know, with the SPACs. You get these, unless there's some really, really incredible news. We see this a lot where you get these big pops and then they just fold. Did they, oh man, did they do it while the market was open? Wow, did they ever? Well, this turned into a tremendous short from the AI. EFOI. Okay. I will say this until I stop trading. I think this is really scummy. Okay, this is what we're talking about, guys. So I mean, it's not a lot of money, but why not wait for the market to close? You know, so it's at $5 a share, and it's way under. Look at it. Well, it was way under. Did a financing. You know, you want to do a financing, wait for the market to close. You know, to do it, very few companies do it when the market's open. For whatever reason, they decided to do it when the market was open. It's such a pet peeve of mine. Because, you know, you're going along right here thinking, okay, well, it's basing. Had a big pop up here. Maybe it could come back. And then all of a sudden you get hit with a financing. Well, let's see how well 5 holds. It's not a lot. I mean, it's only $5 million, but you know, but they only have 3 million in the float, so. All right, so hopefully you guys escaped. Anybody who was in this NRBO, hopefully you escaped somewhat and just resumed. Now listen, it may base at 5 and pop, but it just resumed. It got halted on the way down. So John, are you talking about, so what arrow are you talking about? Are you talking about like that arrow right there? How to customize the arrow markup? You can't customize it, but so I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. You're talking about that arrow that you see here, which is just signifying there's a candle in which the alert happened on the 15. On the 5, on the 2. I have not customized this. This is just what it is. So maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're asking me. Well, I'll give you that, but Matthias, but a lot of us, like myself, I would never be holding that after hours. You see, that's the thing. A lot of these things, you know, well, at least I do. I recognize them for what they are. Typically, they're just intraday trades. So I would never be holding something like that overnight. So I would want to get out during the day. So John, I'm not sure. Have I answered your question? Ooh, that's not good news, Lily. Oh no, here we go, guys. Here we go. So we've got this China education stock that is usually can be very, very active. It just got halted. WAFU just got halted. Didn't see this until now. The reason being is that the relative volume is low. However, it is picking up and it just got halted. WAFU just got halted. And so, yeah, how is EDU doing? China education stocks. Okay, that one isn't moving. But the smaller ones, maybe it's the smaller ones. Yeah, EEIQ, that's another one. Maybe it's the smaller ones that are moving. Yeah, so WAFU and EEIQ moving. CLEU, that's another one. That was pretty active earlier. Yeah, look at the volume picking up for CLEU. But WAFU is the only one that got halted. All right, we still have this disconnect going. We've got the growth. Sorry, the growth stocks are doing well. The value stocks are not today. Good to hear, Chris. Well, let's see what happens with WAFU when it opens. Again, guys, this is one of the scans I share. The Halts resumes. Yeah, I see a modest pop in store if this holds. I see 948, 948. Got halted at 924. Not shortable for me. WAFU is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, I'm not getting any too many new alerts now. So this is a more expensive one, but this is and it hasn't moved. DAO, China education stock. It has not moved. In fact, it's sort of sinking a bit. Not sinking, but it's not really doing anything. So for whatever reason, it's the really cheap ones that are moving. I guess I've answered because they're cheap. All right, let's see what's going to happen now. WAFU just opened. Wow, it's going to be going to go through 10. Looks like it's going to go right through 10. There it goes, 10. So we can anticipate another halt if this keeps up. Wow. And it is halted. There it goes. Well, for some, it's a good thing there were no shorts available. Now I see 1069 on the bid ask. It's a very low float. 1 million in the float. Very low float. Sometimes, guys, not having shorts available is the best thing you can ever have available. No shorts available. Now, it's interesting. Shorts are available for me and Interactive Brokers for EEIQ. And it's another low float, though. Interesting. No floats for WAFU. How many? Just for fun. Let me just see. Now, there are only 27,000, but all right, guys, give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys. While I'm watching this EEIQ, I mean, this looks like a really interesting short setting up here. Got a big topping tail here, but you got to be careful. I'm just looking to see if the shorts are being snapped up. So a couple thousand from IB have been snapped up. Just looking here, this is a bit of a decrease. Not much though. Just watching it, guys. Wow, there's the AVXL. Kind of whippy, but making new highs now. AVXL, and just look left and look how much room it's got. Okay, guys, give me a moment here. All right, guys, I escaped the EEIQ. I made just a little bit. That's why I had to watch it really, really closely. I was hoping for an utter collapse and didn't get it. Made a little bit, but nothing. Now we'll have to see though. You see, the spread is getting a little tough. 9 cents on a $5 stock. That's a lot. If it takes this 571 out, I think that's it. Meanwhile, AVXL. All right, I'm going to try to adjust this just a little bit more. Wow. I would have loved to got it back into this AVXL, guys, but I just couldn't handle that whip. Man, but look at now. Close to 20. Look left. Look what it could do. Not saying it's going to happen today, but what's the high right there? That's 4 months ago. The high was 28.70. And clean. I mean, clean on the weekly, clean on the monthly, clean on the daily. Clean, in other words, there's no, if you look above the current price, you don't see a lot of trading. You see a lot of, like, a void, a gap, whatever you want to call it. All right, guys, I'm back. Now, this EEIQ, still really, really interesting looking. I mean, if it doesn't, there's a couple of topping tails. A big one right here in the 15, a smaller one right there. Yeah, so look at this. I mean, so there's a problem, guys, with the EEIQ. If it follows the WAFU, look out. That's why, you know, I had to watch, I had to put myself on mute. I was in that short because look at WAFU. I mean, it looked like it was over. And there, you know, there it is. I mean, EEIQ, if it follows suit, come on, changed. Yeah, look at it, guys. Look at the volume coming in. Is all of this is a sympathy play with WAFU? Okay, John, so I'm trying to answer your question. My drawing arrow is better. I'm not sure I know what you mean. I haven't done anything. Okay? You're not talking about the point, my mouse pointer. You're not talking about that. You're talking. Now, exactly are you talking? Give me an example. When you say my drawing arrow is better. So, are you talking about these arrows that you see here, these upward blue arrows? Is that what you're talking about? Oh man, John, you're stumping me. When you say a different arrow in markup, like I'm not. I mean, this is the only arrow in a markup. But I haven't got any on here. I've got nothing on here. When you say mine, I mean I don't have any arrows in from the markup at all. I haven't used that for. I mean, I didn't even know what it looks like. I haven't used this for a long time. I mean, there's an arrow right there, but I haven't used one of these for a long time, so I don't know what you're referring to because you couldn't have seen it. Excuse me, you couldn't have seen it on one of my charts. Yeah, it is not really following Wafu like I thought it might. I'm not in this any. I mean, this is to me, wow. In fact, this is now turning into that short. Look at the topping tails on, but I mean, look at the topping tails on the 15-minute chart. I mean, remember, the buyers had it all the way up there to 615. Sellers closed it down here at 579. Buyers had it up to 631. As we speak, the sellers have knocked it down to 580, but you got to be awfully careful. Yeah, BYFC just showed up a momentum up scan. Also FinV. So FinV, probably Tigers on the move. Look at FinV, guys. Look at the volume coming into FinV. And the high looking left on that weekly chart was 914, so it's above that. The next highs looking left are 9 and 9, so it's above. It's above the highs, guys. This could, I mean, the next one is 1061. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but this is a nice move on volume for FinV. How's Tiger doing? My guess is Tiger may be doing something very similar. Nope. So FinV is on its own right now. What? WPG is actually falling? Well, it was anyway. Boy, Corsair is right back up, guys. So this was the meme stock of the day, I really think. You know, reading in the pre-market that they had got a hold of this one. Look at this. It got all the way up to 42. I mean, it's up 24%. Low float, high short float. All the earmarks of what they like to see. And, you know, over 40. Yeah, I mean, these topping tails are really telling the story here for EEIQ, but problem I have is, oh, so WAFU resumed. What did it do? You know, it's holding. This is really holding well. Look at the base on the 2-minute. I mean, this is really holding well. I would have thought looking at EEIQ that it was really dropping, but it is not. Wow. Monthly high for this one is 1250, so it's not that far behind. I guess it was right here. No, that's wrong. What am I thinking? I'm sorry, this is not the monthly high. This is today's intraday high. Yeah. So, I mean, in theory, it is a monthly high, but this is today's high. Well, look at Ride now, guys. Ride having a move higher here. How would I look at WAFU? Well, you got to be careful, obviously, because of the float. You know, I mean, that float is insanely low, okay? I mean, to me, and it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, and as Zach said, it's hard to borrow, so there's not a lot of short selling pressure put on it. Doesn't mean it's not going to, go down, but I don't know how else I can answer that. I mean, the next high looking left was 1260, which is what it kind of got to today on the monthly chart. So 2 months ago, the high was 1260. It got up to 1250 today, and that's where it stopped. So, but this doesn't look good now. I mean, you got these topping tails way up here at 1253. But it is held actually stronger than I thought it would after all those halts. You know, I would have expected. I've seen this one before. Of course, if you've been in the room before, we've seen this one. I would have actually thought maybe we'd have a big red candle, but I mean, it's inching down. Problem is, I mean, I can't short it. There's just no shorts available for me. Boy, we've had some choppy plays. I mean, I could not hold on to the wish. I wish I could have. But look at this. I mean, all the way down to 1108 from 11. These are pretty big percentage moves. They're kind of holding. If you look at that 8 EMA, the body of those candles is holding the 8 EMA. I just don't have the stomach for something that moves almost. I thought it was going to break 11. And AVXL over 20 now. Another very whippy one. I mean, I suppose an argument can be made. It based right there very nicely. But, you got to remember, it hit 1940, gets all the way down to 1830, and then boom. And now it's a real boom. Look at this. And look left, again, look left. No resistance until 29. Time is at 1:47. Okay, let me. I'm going to take about a 2 to 3 minute break. Be right back. Interesting. This GLTO, this Danish stock, is shortable. You guys were in the room on Thursday. You saw all this happen. Started off with the ORPH and this tugged this GLTO along. For some reason, the Danish bios went crazy. Yeah, I do wish I could have kept this EEI short, EEIQ short. I mean, these topping tails are awesome. It's a brave new world. We're not talking about fundamentals anymore. It's just, want to buy it, everybody piles in and does it. It's a game. Oh yeah, it's way more active. And really, most of the things that we're seeing is no relation to what the market's doing. I mean, that's the thing. Especially right now, these bios, these little bios, they don't care what the market's doing at all. Now, you got to be nimble. Well, but it is cyclical to a certain extent. I mean, there was a time where all of a sudden, the little bios weren't doing a thing. And all of a sudden they come back in favor and, you sort of get in the middle of it. And then, but I guarantee, all of a sudden one day or 2 or 3 or 4 days in a row, we won't see any bios. And then it might last for a couple of weeks or even a month. And then all of a sudden they come roaring back. I don't believe it. So the AI is actually shorting EEIQ. Now, a word about that too, guys. I mean, look at the stop. I mean, I would never, ever have a stop that wide. You know, short at 562 with a stop at 629. I mean, you do what you want, but John, I still don't really know what you mean. I'm really sorry. I know this is frustrating for you because you keep telling me markup arrow on a chart. If you're talking about, I don't have any. If you're talking about this, the markup arrow. Okay, there it is. But I haven't had one of these displayed for a long, long time. I mean, I'm just showing it now because you seem to be after this. There's nothing I can do. I mean, there's no, what's the word I want? There's no option, to make this bigger, smaller. Okay, so I don't know. Oh, when I make videos, even then, I don't put any additional markups. If you're talking about, maybe you're talking about this, but I rarely put any markups on my videos. Real, I want to thank you. You didn't, I think I sent you an email. I know I sent you an email. The recon on Friday was awesome. You're not talking about this, are you? Just my, you're talking about this sort of stuff? I mean, that's just an external program I'm using. But I rarely use it when I'm making a video. You sure you're talking about me? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, by the way. I think you might be talking with somebody else. I rarely draw on the chart. Rarely, rarely, rarely. But if you are talking about, I think, so are you talking about something that looks like this? Is that what you're talking about, John? All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching. Okay, so William, you've been cheering the WPG to fall, I see. And it's falling for you now. Wow is right on the AVXL. That's what. That's my sound alert. AVXL. Wow. Again, guys, look left. This could be really interesting after hours. If it closes well, you know, closing well meaning closing near the high of the day, watch to see how it trades after hours. You know, I mean, if it trades, if it sort of bases a little bit and then starts to move, I mean, this could easily put in a big move after hours. I mean, it's up 30%, I know. It is falling nicely. EEIQ, guys. This from this AI alert right here. We don't usually get, this is a fairly late alert. We don't usually get the late alerts. Reason being is that a lot of times the hold period, obviously the hold period here can't be more than 2 hours. The way this, whatever strategy this was that got optimized. So if you took the EEIQ short, guys, from the AI, this is obviously just be aware of this. I mean, there's, you know, if it got down to 520, that'd be awesome. But I mean, there is kind of your support perhaps right in this area here, 515, 520. So but it's kind of slow. It is kind of slow. The volume has just petered right off. I mean, nothing. Look at this. Nothing in the new highs. Nothing since I did a clear on it. Yeah, you're right. Wish just made another new high, guys. Some volume coming in. Look at the volume for this one. Now, you know, it's a big float, 275 million, but the volume is really 6 times normal. I mean, what time is it now? 2 o'clock, 2 hours to go. Yeah, you never know. I doubt if it's going to trade the float. We'd really have to, the volume would have to really get crazy, crazy. Look at Corsair, CRSR, over 40 now. Meme stock. All right, guys, here's the next one. Ooh, there's that You're on your own on this one, though. But the first one I'm going to say, the COHN, of course, that is a Juneteenth stock. You know, that was a tough one on Friday. 39, got up to 39, closed down at 23. So you got to be awfully careful. But SGTX is just showing up now in the... And what is it doing? Okay, yeah, I'm not that impressed by that one. That's showing up in the momentum scanner. Now look at Wish. There's that magnet right there. Last week, there's the magnet. $15.49 or so. Take a look at H-Lit. Let's take a look at H-Lit. Zach and Real are talking about that as a potential turn. So this is what they're talking about. They're talking about, is this shortable? All the information is it disappeared for me. There we go. Oh yeah, tons of shorts available at Interactive Brokers for H-Lit. Juneteenth, guys. BYFC, another Juneteenth stock. So I look at this H-Lit and I see there could be some support right around 760. So it's not that far away, but I guess that's not bad. On that 2-minute chart, maybe. What's the next high looking left for this one? This is so intriguing. 826 is the next high on the weekly chart for H-Lit. Extended through the top of the channel that I see anyway. Look it up, Siri, okay? Just look it up. You'll see what it is. Just do a Google search on that and you'll see exactly what it is. It is June 19th though, so. Well, let's face it, William, it should go to 0. All right, guys, probably low float, right? BYFC. Let's take a look at the float for BYFC. Yeah, it's low, 10 million, but it's not crazy low. Not like the WAFU at 1 million, but on the move. How's U1 doing? I haven't seen U1. I think the volume that came in here on that 5 minute, but didn't really, yeah, it sort of moved at a bit, I guess. Yeah, I guess actually it did from 21.14 to, so it did move at $1 for the U1. Haven't seen Wolf today. I know you just mentioned it. I haven't seen Wolf at all. Lots of volume that came in there, yep. Yeah, 30, whoops. No, that was 30% short, right? 30%. Yeah, it must have been the noon guy. It wasn't me, John. If he's, yeah, because I rarely mark up the charts while I'm doing this. I rarely do. But Sean might have, yeah. So it definitely wasn't me. Well, Corsair, be interesting to see if they leave it alone tomorrow. You know, they're having their fun with it today, but it's tomorrow they're just going to leave it alone and then kersplat. I mean, look at the range, $35, 43, $8 range or so. Well, that would have been a tremendous short. It's funny, the EEIQ has been working, but nowhere near as dramatically as this. I mean, it finally really broke down. Look at this. If you had shorts available, that was a fantastic short from 12 down to 9. And that's for the WAFU. See this happen virtually every single day with this, not, I shouldn't say it, when it has a pop. Rarely have I seen the pop retain itself. You know, we're not asking for it to just keep ripping higher, but just maintain, maybe inch up, a little down, inch up, a little down, but never seems to do that. Just seems to pop and then just give it all back up. Just a trading stock. Here's another one, guys. So, these are the Juneteenth stocks. Here's another one, OXBR. So we had BYFC. Didn't see U1 really. Didn't really see it ripping. Well, okay, let's take a look at the sector just for fun. I'm going to take a look. This again, this is not available yet, guys. Let's see what sector is producing. So, let's take a look here. So let's take a look. I'll say what is producing, let's see, XLK Energy. Wow, what a turnaround. What a huge turnaround. At the beginning, energy was actually about 60, I think it was 60% positive. Look at this, it just completely is utterly turned around. There's only one, probably, but well, there's only one stock that's positive. Yeah, VLO. Everything else is down in the energy sector. 100% down in materials. Not one positive stock in materials. So guys, again, this is a great little at a glance what's happening with the market. Okay, it's called the sector status. It's available to you. But remember, what I'm showing you here is this version 5.5, which is not available yet. I don't know when it's going to be available, which allows you to have layouts, multiple layouts loaded at the same time. Okay, so this is a layout. So if you go to your channel bar and you'll see sector status, remember it's a layout. So you will have to save your layout to the cloud first before you can see this. Otherwise, this will just replace your layout. But this is what is going to come. So I'm really stunned at this turnaround, because if you this morning when I was demonstrating this, I think it was about 68% positive in terms of XLE, the big energy ETF. But 100% of materials down. So you can scroll down and you can see the absolute weakest one. Which is Nucor, NUE. So you can scroll down, you can see the weakest stock in any given sector, the strongest stock. All right, guys, I'm just kind of checking our internal support to see what sort of questions are coming up. Oh boy, wow is right. AVXL. I say wow because that's my sound alert for momentum. AVXL. Well, I was joking. I didn't think it would get to 28 today, but I don't think it is. I'm sure it is not. Watch how it closes, guys. Really watch how it closes. See if it closes well, and then watch the after hours action. I mean, this could keep ramping up after hours. So this is an Alzheimer's drug. This is the news on it, okay? Featured in Journal Expert Opinion of Therapeutic Targets. So this is an Alzheimer's drug. AVXL. Probably I forgot, Aja. Probably. So much happens. I can't remember the last AVXL. I mean, right? It's 4 months ago. That might as well be 4 years ago. For, but again, it's a magnet. It's a magnet right there. All right, guys. So it's 2:30 now. So I think what I'll do is just do a brief overview again, very, very brief, for people who are maybe just showing up here or hadn't heard my spiel before. Very, very brief. Don't worry. So here is my homepage link. And also the tab is here, right there. It's there all day long. There's my homepage. So there it is. Click on the link. Save the link. Lots of information here. Come on, stretch out. There you go. So a lot of information here, including how to take out a subscription. There's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you don't know our program very well and you want to try us out, do not take out an annual subscription, okay? You know, you can start off with a monthly subscription, say a standard. This is how much it would be. 118 less the 15 or 228 less the 15. If you maintain your monthly subscription, that's what you'll end up paying going forward, okay? And the big difference between premium and standard is the AI. You can have the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And stock of the day video that I do at noon. Now you can sign up for them right there. All the scans that I'm sharing right here. There's my layout, the one you see. Lots of individual scans that I've prepared. You can take a look at. And the big education section. 20 lessons in 20 days. So if you've just taken out trade ideas, I really recommend you take a look at this. If you don't have trade ideas, you can also take a look at it just to kind of see what some of the basic features we have. Building top lists, alert windows, custom layouts, the AI, which we nickname Holly, Brokerage Plus. Okay, so a lot of information is here. They're not videos. Oops. And daily support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all there. More educational videos, how to start trade ideas from scratch. A video on the AI, Holly, okay? Back to basics, new to trading, great video series. 36 quick videos. What is a stock? Starting off with what is a stock? All right, so if you're new to trading, you can take a look at this, all free, and some ebooks. So I'm saying I run over this very quickly because what you should do is just save my link. Then you can take a look at all this stuff at your leisure. Yeah, the trade of the week. We had a nice one, didn't we? Blink, BLNK. Nice to see you, Steve. It's so tough, you know, to try to come up with one stock in this market. Yeah, so it went from 40 to 43. So you could have got in at 40. Right around, well, for sure, because it dipped down to 39. So that was the trigger, 40. How you trade it will be up to you. They're meant for longer term holds, but you know, listen, in this market, I don't know, going from 40 to 43, I probably would have taken some profit. You go up almost 10%. So it was in the junk folder, okay. So you can always go to our homepage and ask the question, you know, before the market opens, or ask me if you come in early enough. I mean, I open the room at 9 o'clock. So, you know, I talked about the trade of the week. You just can't let this happen, though, guys. I mean, this I don't know what's going to happen with this blink, but I mean, you know, it's got a high short float percent, fairly low float, but I don't know. I'd be I'd be taking profits. Yeah, I can't believe you would have shorted this one for sure, William, in the pre-market. I absolutely guarantee. Because if I shorted it, you would have. You know, this move up here. Okay, a little late alert here, guys. WKTY in Cincinnati? No. I'm sorry, it was MKTY. MKTY. Let's see, the volume is just starting to pick up. What do we have looking left here? 925 looking left on the monthly chart. So that was the high last month. I don't know what these guys do. I know I can look it up. So kind of, okay. Oh, crypto. Okay. So it doesn't trade very much though. I mean, look at this, 190,000 shares. And that looks like a lot when you compare it to the previous daily candles. That came from my momentum scanner. Momentum up shared, one of the ones I'm sharing. Wow. Look at this move on the 15-minute chart. Once it kind of settled down, based here, and then look at this on the 15-minute chart. Basically straight up, AVXL. XBIO, guys, is putting a little bit of a move on the 15-minute chart. Another low float, 8 million in the float, and 1 million have traded, so it's a good volume today for it. 270 to 81, so we have these little areas here. I don't know, I just want something a lot cleaner. Big burst here for MKTY, guys. A big burst. All right, guys. Well, we got about a little less than 20 minutes left. So if you have any questions, ask them now, please. Wow, look at the EEIQ now. I mean, it took a while. It's been inching its way down. It has not followed exactly like, well, there it goes. And as I talk, I'm trying to talk this thing down. There's the area I was talking about, 520, the low of that 15-minute chart. So it's getting closer and closer. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just an observer right now. Not much is happening. I'm just waiting to really shut the room down. I'm keep my interest up. Ask some questions. No pressure. Is there a way to copy all the fields in one window to another? Yeah, I guess so. I've never really thought of it in those terms. But if you right-click on an alert window, now why would you want to do it? Okay, let me do this. So if you right-click on an alert window, and oh, sorry, collaborate. Okay, so when you right-click on an alert window or a top list window and collaborate, and then copy all. So now you've copied the filters. Okay, so that's not what you wanted. Oh, I see. You mean to do it on? No, there's no way. I think I know what you mean. You're talking about. So you're talking about adding a column in one sector and having it automatically fill in the other ones? No. Now, what you can do So no, there's no way. So if I added, yeah, I see what you mean. So you want to add, say, anything, whatever it is, you want to add a column here. And when you've added it here, it automatically appears in all the other ones? No. One of the things, even if you could, well, you can't do it. Okay, so this is what I would do though. You can create like an alert window or a top list window and put all of the, for instance, if I knew that I wanted to see the current volume in every window, I want to have the volume as columns, okay, in every window. I want to see the range where it is in today's range in every window. You know, so I can stack up in the columns all of the filter, all the columns that I would want to see in every single window all the time. Okay, and once I do that, then I just save as default. Okay, so that would be my default look for my alert windows, and I could do it for the top list window, so that when I create a new alert window, it'll have all the columns that I always want to see in every single alert window, as an example. Okay? But there's no way you can just say, well, I want to put it here, and every alert window that's on my layout, I want to automatically add it. You can't do that. But yeah, default format. So if you're starting out, that's fine. Yeah, just use that, save as default. Most people want to see, you know, in an alert window, the time and I'm sorry, they want to see the time, the price, the volume. There are things that are somewhat obvious. See, I don't know why that happened. The STKS. No, I mean, you can't do it. First of all, you have to understand that the channels are for everybody, okay? So the fact that you want to make a change to every so the fact that you'd want to make a change for you, for everyone, I mean, that for every window that you see in here, can't do it. I mean, you can make the change, but then when you left the channel, came back, those changes would not be saved, because this channel is for everybody. Okay, so that's why we can't allow people to make changes. Yes, you could make a change and save the individual windows to the cloud. Yes. And that's what, you know, so in theory, you could make the change to every one of these windows, save them all to the cloud, bring them back one at a time, and create your own sector status. Okay? Yeah, so Karen, so the question was, can I just scan the technology services sector? Well, first of all, okay, give me an example of one. Okay, give me an example of a stock. I mean, right now, I mean, again, I should show you this, but I think you're looking for something. Okay, so that to me is, okay, that's a little more, anyway, I mean, we can type Neo in, but I'll show you what you can do. Is it going to be perfect? No, but this is what you can do. Okay, so here's Neo, right? So we do have something called the Similar tab. So if you click on Similar, and then duplicate it. I'm going to duplicate it. Where's it going to duplicate? Oh, I'm going to pop it out. Okay, here we go. See, but that's motor vehicle. This showed up in the motor vehicle, body manufacturing. Okay, I don't know if this is exactly what, but that would be the theory, though, is that when you go to the similar tab, okay, and here are the stocks. Here are the similar stocks. Now, I wish LI, see, LI isn't showing up for some reason. This is why it's not perfect. But Candy is, WKHS is, okay? Maybe Lee is not showing up for a reason. But you can take the similar and pop it out, and now you can take this, and this is a top list, and now you can, add whatever you want. You can add different price range. You can add a minimum volume if it has to be up a certain amount for the day, and sort of customize it. And then you could, if you wanted to, save it to the cloud. So, you could at any point in time, you could watch it all day today, but maybe tomorrow this sector is not that active, but maybe a week from now or 2 weeks from now it is. You could always bring it back. Okay? And that's just clicking on the similar. This is going to show you, in theory, stocks that are competitors in the same sector, and then just right click and pop it out. And once it's in this format, then you can start to really, customize it. See, there's the bit of the bug we're going through. All right, guys. Rada. I haven't seen Rada for a while. Rada used to be in here. This is a crypto play, isn't it? I thought it turned itself into a crypto play. Maybe I'm wrong. Israeli stock. Maybe defense stock. I don't know. Ooh. So Enob did the same thing. We had two of them doing this today. Yeah, the Enob, and what was the other one? The the secondary during the day. There ought to be a law. Because you could be looking at this, guys. Okay, this is my feeling on it. Okay, had the huge pop. Okay, had the pullback, and then it's basing here. So you could have said to yourself, you know what? Yeah, I'll take a little bit here in case it pops. But if it, in case it pops and starts to regain this, and all of a sudden they spring a financing on you, which drops $1.50 just like that. Well, give it time. Give it time to catch up. Because look, it got halted. So give it time to catch up to that 750 financing. Probably the only reason it's not closer is because it got halted on the way down. Pitbull, wow, how are you? Haven't seen you for a long time. Well, it'll be interesting to see where this ENOB opens up, because if the financing is I mean, I know it says 815 on the bid ask. I doubt that's going to hold. And what time did it? 253.47. So I will stick around until at least 258.47 to see if it opens. ATAI. It's not a symbol for Interactive Brokers either, so I don't know what this is. Why do you ask about this one? Is it an upcoming IPO maybe? Yeah, it's an upcoming IPO. Okay, that's why you're not seeing it. There it is on Friday. Well, that's because it hasn't opened yet. So is it possible that it was another, like, so you know it's an IPO coming up, but are you saying that you get quotes? I don't get any quotes for it. It's possible that this was a symbol of another stock, another company years ago. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of if you're getting some quotes. Anyway, it opens on Friday, according to the IPO calendar. All right, so there it went, guys. So there. Now it's closer to the 750, William. The only reason it didn't hit that 750 probably immediately, and we're talking about the ENOB, is because it got halted on the way down. All right, guys, I think that's it. I think that's it for today. I don't see any other questions, so we're going to wrap this up. Another interesting day, especially to begin with. Okay, just getting my script together. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think that is it. Okay, thanks a lot, guys, all the help. We'll see you tomorrow. I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, and again, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.